What you meant to be supposed to. Well, yeah.
Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are well tonight. Hope all of you are doing well. You're going to probably and may hear or see a little monster who is watching television behind me. But you may not. My daughter decided to watch some off the air, which is fantastic. Yeah, well, that's right, Vi. So she's going to be doing that for a little bit as we do this, because this is a more of a chill stream. I'm not really in the mood to be doing a lot of deep philosophy stuff. It's not my goal tonight. I've been writing too much. I've been reading too much. I've been doing too much. How you doing, sweetheart? Here, say hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
There we go. All right, sit down. Sit down. Enjoy your show. So, I have a little monster behind me that may at any moment steal me away. But that's fine. It's a chillin' stream. Who gives a fuck? That's the idea. So, I'm not even having tea. I'm trying to avoid the caffeine. That's the goal. So, one of the things a lot of people have been asking me to do, which is a weird thing for a theory chump, but people know I love my video games. And every time I talk about one, they go, so what's your favorites? What's your favorites? Which is not a thing I like talking about because I don't have that. It's a very complicated thing. So, I've promised a handful of people who've yelled at me. I drink caffeine this late. I drink caffeine whenever I need it. And when you have 2 children and write 14-page essays on the nature of the crushing of things within representation, as Klosowski talks about it. No, Vi. No. That's Daddy's glass stuff. Let's leave that alone. You got to deal with it. Where was I? Sorry. Mini heart attack. I don't have a favorite. I don't believe in favorites. Instead, what I have is what I would call my desert island list, which is how I prefer to talk about these things. I have a huge number of ROMs. I have a huge number of games I own. I have a whole bunch of, I have all the original consoles, all that shit. I still even have my fucking Xbox. So the question is, if I was stuck on a desert island, what would it be? I seem like I'd love to do an Awakening. It is a skin of Conan, which I didn't enjoy very much. So no, not for me. I'm not a grind game guy. You're going to see a few things that I think is going to very much, not say here is what Brooks is, but more triangulate me amongst the totality of it. You good to watch the next episode, sweetheart? It'll start. Count the number down. 5. There you go. There you go. Oh, good. You are correct that I would not be the kind of guy to enjoy that. That is definitely the case. But I thought it might be fun to go over a few. So let's fucking do it. Chat isn't there. Oh, look, I'm sorry. The most handsome chat that I've ever had. And it is not. Where the fuck are you? Why aren't you showing up? See, that's frustrating. That is some frustrating shit there. Okay, there you are. And we go here. And we go boop, 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 boop. No. Okay. Why the fuck are you not showing up? That's not the right window. Stupid thing. Obviously, that's not the right window. So that's just going to be terrible. That's a terrible thing. Okay, why is that not showing up? See, that's fascinating. Chat is not showing up as a fucking window. Let's try again. There you are. Now we can turn you on again. Look at that. How beautiful. The screen is black. All of these are going to be. There are... What I've gone is I went through and I have my desert island list. And I went through and I found opening moments. Just things in there. This is by no means exhaustive of every game I've enjoyed. Hardly. These are the games that I have found over time. I've gone back to. I've not run out of myself with. I've not run out of time with. And I've not gotten bored with. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting. There's no order to this whatsoever. It's going to be jumping around in time. It's going to be jumping around console type. Value to me, some you'll hear me gush about, and then the next one you won't hear me be as excited, but it doesn't matter. That's not how it works. We're going to go with my first one. My first one is one of my favorite co-op games I ever played with my little brother. And not a lot of people actually know of it. Not a lot of people do. But there's a fun bit you can have. It's great. Bonanza Brothers. Now, if you haven't played it, first off, you should. Find a ROM, buy a copy. It's not exactly rare. Bonanza Brothers is hilarious. 2 people, co-op, you see the entire building. Your job is to go steal from everything, get it as fast as possible, and get the fuck out without being killed or captured. That's it. And it's a split screen, sort of very simple thing. And it is a riot because you can completely screw each other. You can work together. There's a lot of weird little puzzles to the entire thing. It's a very strange game that no one did anything with. There was no Bonanza Brothers 2 that was of note. There was no growth in this idea, split screen co-op at the time, like strategic like this. There was just nothing like it. And it was absolutely fun. My brother and I had just a riot with it. It's a fucking really fun game. Highly, highly recommended. Bonanza Brothers. Some of these are going to be ones you haven't heard of. It's fine. Another Genesis game. Also co-op. If you don't know the music, you fucking should. You kids. One of the things you are going to absolutely see throughout this is that I am very much in love with games that are more open-ended. Games that don't have a lot of do X, do Y, do Z things. Bonanza Brothers is very much this. 100% this, in fact. But ToeJam and Earl is way more this. If you never played it, ToeJam and Earl, pretty simple game, to be frank. Every floor, yeah, it's a game. I enjoyed this game when I was just a kid. So before anything you'd ever get high. Really simple. The worlds are like procedurally generated, 2 players, and presents are everywhere. But you never really know what each present does because every game it changes, and you sort of can die or have yourself be screwed over, or you can find your way through, and it's just about sort of making your way up each floor. Absolutely enjoyable, super fun, and the ROM is literally everywhere. Like it's just a phenomenal game. I've never found myself when I'm playing with people, I can pick it up. Anyone can play it. It's a casual gamer game. It's a hardcore gamer game. It works for everyone kind of all the time. And it is absolutely stupid in the best kind of way. ToeJam and Earl, phenomenal. Again, Desert Island Games. Games I just think if I had this pile of games, I wouldn't need any more. This is pretty happy with it. This is going to be a game people don't expect. You're going to recognize the logo. Maybe. I mean, if you're really, really into these games, you might recognize the Maxis logo is a little bit different because it's pre-SimCity 2000, post-SimCity, post-SimAnt. It is the song even is amazing to me. Most people never even played it, but SimLife was like one of the strangest fucking things. If you didn't play SimLife, it is a top-down sort of zoo building game, but you actually can change the genetics and form of every single creature and see how they work. My hair is pushed up. Oh, that's fine. I don't like sadistic games. You should just wait till the end. You don't know what I like. Basically, you can build mazes, and the intelligence or how they get along or how they pass genes shifts. It isn't the most complicated genomic sequencer that's ever been there, but the ability to sort of make all these creatures do things and sort of have this zoo that you can sort of watch how they interact and then they do stuff. It's like an extreme version of the game of life. It is the OG sport. It was the first time that Will ever tried to do anything like this. Yeah, this is the OG sport. And it actually has a full interactive everything. It's genuinely amazing and super fun, just kind of lasts forever. Let's skip around a little bit. As far as shooters go, there's a wide variety of things here. I am flatly, there's only one shooter franchise that I'm excited for and that I play. And that's Battlefield. I can play Call of Duty. It's fine. I can play all these other shooters, whatever. For me, Battlefield, all the way from 1942 all the way through, is the only shooter I've consistently enjoyed and loved. And Battlefield 4 and Bad Company 2 are, to me, the best in the series. So far from what I've played of Battlefield 6, it seems like it's a return to form. If you look at my Steam profile, you'll see I have in excess of 14 or 1500 hours in both Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 4. So it's a masterpiece. Battlefield 4, I think, is just about as good as it gets. There's nothing like a good solid shooter, solid teamwork, solid large-scale battles. Again, free form. There's a lot of room in how you handle things and what you do. It's not just one direction. You can switch and change tactics as an entire team on a dime. And the way that happens, there's nothing like it. I tend to be recon or assault, but switching to being a medic is incredibly simple. It just is about making sure you fit within your team enough. Battlefield is amazing. 2142, the futuristic one, not 2042, but not the most recent, but the one where you actually had the flying ships was insane. It was amazing. Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 4 were the peaks of the series, though. Peaks of the series, as far as I'm concerned. Peaks of the fucking series. There's just nothing like it. Let's see. Probably my favorite franchise of all time, actually, as far as PC games go. I've probably never enjoyed anything as much as I've enjoyed all of the Hitman games. There's something to be said for, and I don't like watching, I don't watch tutorials, I don't read anything online for these games. I find it defeats the purpose. The ability to sort of enjoy being in a sandbox that you can start over at any time, you can see how everything works, you can figure out every single step along the way. There is something magical about the way that Hitman and Agent 47 have done it. There's just a stunning amount of, I don't know. You as a player feel free in a way that I think other games wish they could do. I have a lot of hope for James Bond. I have so much hope for James Bond. But the Hitman games are amazing. I have the Hitman tie from Blood Money. I actually got the tie. I think I've shown up before. I have one of the Hitman heads written by the original creators of Hitman. I really, really love the game. It was the first Hitman, first or second, long ago, the originals, where the only way to get a perfect assassin in one mission was to find the one place where you could actually watch the two heads, because you had to kill two guys, and they were two rival gangs, and they were meeting in one spot in the city. And the only way to get perfect assassin was only to use one bullet, because there was only one spot where you could be standing in one place that would actually let you shoot one single bullet through both of them as they crossed over. So fucking changed how I looked at video games forever. But again, the new Hitman, Hitman World of Assassination, I don't know if it's possible to run out of things to watch or do. Yeah, it goes forever. It's a masterpiece. Hitman's a masterpiece. The new Hitman is a masterpiece. There's nothing like it. We'll stick with PC for a second. I've probably never enjoyed another game as much as I enjoy playing this every couple of years, just enough that I forget.
Good morning. You have been in suspension for 50 days. In compliance with state and federal regulations, all testing candidates in the Aperture Science Extended Relaxation Center must be revived periodically for a mandatory physical and mental wellness exercise. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, look up at the ceiling. Good. You will hear.
I am a Portal 2, if I have to pick. Look, Portal 1's great. Portal 2 is one of the best single-player games, but again, tool sets, dual co-op setup where you can play, there's nothing like it. Of course, Cosmo says. Yeah, of course. I know. Portal's amazing. And the team behind it is magical. It's just enjoyable. My son will sit and watch me play it. It does this thing better than any other game. Portal 1 did it a little, but Portal 2 has moments where you think on your first playthrough, you're going to go, oh, I'm not even supposed to be here. You actually think like you're outside of the world or the intended world or the path. Portal 2 has 5 or 6 moments like that. Then you realize, yeah, it's actually an extremely linear game, but you feel smart. You feel smart about it. Portal 2 was astonishing. Just a wonderful thing. And again, voice actors, comedy, everything perfect. Just nailed. This is, I see how many people know it from this fucking moment, this opening moment. See if you can just pick it out. I'm a big believer in toys in games, and I believe the best games use toys. What is my thoughts on tone of Portal 1 versus 2? I think Portal 2 is great, and I think they kept a general tone across both. Portal 1 was not supposed to be like a long game. It wasn't meant to be like a standalone. There's a reason it was part of the orange box. It wasn't meant to be a full game. I think they did a great job. So, this kind of game that is an interactive toy, it's one of my daughter's favorite currently. She will play it 1,000 times over and over and over and over. My son, when he was 3 and 4, same exact thing. Games like this that just are about how things work together or how you tap them, it's amazing. And it's, again, magical. And there's something special about... You like Windowsill, don't you? Yeah, Windowsill is one of your favorites. Windowsill, without a W, Windowsill. I just generally recommend it to people. There's something really fun about sort of the tactility of it. It is a good stoner game for sure, but it's really fun to sort of play with the toys and see how to do stuff and figure out how to get through different areas because they get very complicated. And it's a pretty absurd setup, but wonderful. Windowsill. Yep, that's it. Windowsill. Just search for it. It's on every device that exists. The guys made an alphabet game that also is great for the kids. What's up, sweetheart? You want to come up?
Yeah, windowsill.
That is Windowsill right there. See? Do you like Windowsill?
Yeah.
What's your favorite part? Do you want me to blow your nose? Do you want me to wipe your nose? Are you okay? Oh, please. Let's. There you go. All right. Is that your favorite? What's your favorite part of Windowsill, sweetheart? No, it's not touchable. What's your favorite part? Which part?
This part.
This part?
Yeah.
The legs?
Yeah.
Let's get back. It's pretty silly, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, the foot caught the block, and that saved it. But you got to catch it just right, don't you? It's a good puzzle game. Very good puzzle game. Very, very good puzzle game. It was like a Flash game. That's right. It was a Flash game. And the guys who built it have gone on. They've done, I think, pretty great stuff. But they're really fantastic. All right. Hey, Mommy's calling you. Can you go to Mom? Oh, okay. I'll let Mom know. Super fun windowsill. Hilarious. This is... No, Vibe. You got to go sit. You got to go sit. This isn't windowsill. Windowsill's done. Every couple of years I'll play it. And the gameplay's fine. But I still... as far as like moments that I find creatively inspiring. Creatively like a thing that I think video games do more than other things. It's going to be one moment in Spec Ops: The Line. And if you haven't played Spec Ops: The Line, I highly recommend it, just generally speaking. It's a very unique game. Vi, hey. Hey, no. Fuck. If you're going to watch, you got to sit. Can you sit? If you're unaware of Spec Ops: The Line, I'm not going to do anything with plastic pills. His videos are terrible and he's fucking stupid. I have no desire to deal with any of his stupid bullshit. It's garbage. It's fine. It's unthoughtful. He doesn't read stuff. He doesn't know things. It's whatever. Spec Ops: The Line, though, has a handful of moments that are kind of what video games can do or how the utilization of a player as using a vehicle, because that's what characters in games are. When you're playing a video game, you're using, even if it's not a car, the character you're playing is a vehicle. You're controlling, you're driving them, you drive them. But because you're driving them, you embody them. The same way that at some point after you've gotten used to your car, you embody your car because you're used to it. It's not, you don't think at some point when you first start, you're like, okay, steering wheel right, gas there. Okay. You have to think through it. But at some point you're just used to it. You embody the car. Well, video games are that. The vehicles in video games are the characters you're playing. And by having that, by doing that, by putting you in a position, the idea of the unreliable narrator that is very much used in a lot of stuff completely change, like everything. And Spec Ops The Line has a handful of moments. I don't really, it's like spoiler alert because it does ruin it, but it's really, really amazing. People do this weird thing where they act like Spec Ops is chastising the player personally rather than being... People do a lot of weird things, but I mean, to me, if you feel like you're being chastised as a player, that speaks volumes about you too. And that's kind of, again, the power of this really weird medium. It has one scene that is a gut punch, I think, and it is really powerful and really interesting. There's a few of them, but there's especially one. And I think there's a lot. If you're into games, you should know about Spec Ops. I know, but Spec Ops, well, that's fair. There's a scene where you come out. You are like, it's your Call of Duty guy. And I mean that, like, that's very much, it's built up like your American soldier Call of Duty in like a rundown Dubai, going through these buildings that these terrorists have taken over. Yeah, it's, so we'll watch for a second.
I'd say that's the gate. Adams, take care of the lookout. I'm on it. All right, Lugo, who are we up against? An army? Give or take? No. Oh, shit. How are we getting through this? This might help. Fine, set it up.
You're fucking kidding, right? That's white phosphorus.
Yeah, I know what it is.
You've seen what this shit does. You know we
Might
can't
not have
use
a
it.
choice, Lugo.
There's always a choice.
No, there's really not.
If you don't know what white phosphorus is, it's basically war crime in a can. You can barely hear the audio. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It doesn't even matter though. What are you doing? That's white phosphorus is basically the thing. But it's that moment in every game where it's like, you're going to make the choice. You're going to do the thing and you're going to bomb a whole bunch of stuff. Hey, sweetheart. No, you got to go sit. This is definitely not for Vi-Vi. This is scary stuff. Go sit. Go sit. It's going to be scary stuff. Yeah, go sit. You don't, you like it? You think you like it? Well, I'm going to watch this. Do you want me to turn off the air then? Or do you want to watch off the air? All right, better sit. And like they're saying, Chad, it's one of those things. There's always that level in the game where it's like, oh, now you've got a big army, but you've got the big fucking gun or the bombs or whatever it is. You're going to kill a whole bunch of guys at once. Hyper gratuitous. It's in every Call of Duty at the time, especially, but it's in most games. And so this is the moment. And it's like, oh, it's white phosphorus, but we don't have a choice. We've got to use it. And so
Okay,
set it up.
Prepare to fire. That in order? Yeah, it is.
Fine. Launching camera.
There! Stop it! We got intruder!
Camera online, sir.
Okay, targeting online. You ready? Whenever you are. Burn them. You need to hit those RPGs!
And so you have this above where you're basically killing all of these guys, all these guys who are shooting at you, and you're firing white phosphorus on all of them, and you can see them via IR. And this goes for a while. And then...
Preparing to fire! Humvee's destroyed. What else we got? Fire!
Stand by. Burn him. Preparing to fire. Another Hummer.
Oh, look, there's all these guys.
Target in sight. Hummer disabled.
No one's moving.
And no one's moving, everyone's done. So you get up and you start walking through. If you're sensitive, now would not be a time to be watching the screen. And they went really over, as far as I'm concerned, they went really over the top in a good way with screams and sounds and everything, the visuals. And this is the first time, like, the game's toyed at things, but this is where you actually realize, like, these weren't like enemy soldiers. These were like UN peacekeeping troops, which is weird. And then, yeah.
Why?
You brought this on yourself.
We were helping.
What? Oh
no. Trigger warning, everything. It turned out they were all not soldiers in that last little bit. They were refugees. And there are a handful of moments that are very, very famous screenshots in this game. And there's one specifically that is heartbreaking and awful. And it's a mother and her child who melted together. And they don't fuck around with it. I appreciate the shit out of this. And I find the game once in a while worth playing for me, with a critical eye, with how did they do this thing, with how did this work? Why the first time that I played this did I find myself absolutely not thinking twice and doing all these things? And I'm not alone. That was the whole point, is that you're playing a video game and you don't care. That was the point of the game. And by the end, you kind of realize that your character is kind of a fucking whack job and a psychotic, and you've been totally just murdering a bunch of innocent people. Hell of a thing. And I play it every couple of years. It's good. It's a good game. Some of it doesn't hold up, but I don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit. Next game. Oh, well, this is a given. It's one of the greatest games ever made.
At 0123 on April 26, 1986, the reactor of Power Block 4 of Chernobyl NPP is destroyed following a series of thermal explosions. The resulting...
Come on. Someone's got to know it. Correct. S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Call of Pripyat.
radioactive
I love
cloud
S.T.A.L.K.E.R.
moves across the European part of the USS.
If you haven't played S.T.A.L.K.E.R., and not the new one, it's not the same. I have run into very few games that I've been able to just dive into and just do different stuff every single time I do stuff. Every time I play differently, and it doesn't feel like I've ever played the game before. It's crazy. It just never doesn't feel like I've ever played it before. Just wholly unique, wholly different, and pretty powerful as far as gameplay goes. S.T.A.L.K.E.R. is, and the originals, all the original trilogy pretty much, but definitely Call of Pripyat's my favorite. It's just too good, and something that I don't know why it can't be made anymore, because the S.T.A.L.K.E.R. team supposedly, the new one, it just doesn't have any of the shit that made the original what it was. They're just not interesting in the same way. One second.
Oh, she wants to turn it off.
Oh, come here, Vi. Press the power button right there.
Well, we're gonna go have our food now, so it is time to turn it off. Can you turn it off?
Can you turn it off? Press that, the orange button. Tap it. Good night. Love you guys. And that is not a video game what you're watching now. That's okay. Why is this playing? Oh, because I went to S.T.A.L.K.E.R. There. What are the membership gifts? Oh, for your membership? Wait, what? What happened? What did I miss? We have some of the best emojis as far as I'm concerned. Majority report the video game would be something, that's for sure. That would be something. S.T.A.L.K.E.R. At its base, if you haven't played S.T.A.L.K.E.R., the way that the game is set up is that the underlying world never stops. Animals moving, migrating, other stalkers, enemies, everything never stop running into each other doing things, but it's not deterministic, so things constantly move around. Well, thank you, Yog, for the 5 gifted memberships. It's very kind of you. Chris Crypto, Zinzar, Marks and Angles, Shy Halud, about goddamn time in Pongo. Welcome to the collective. The way S.T.A.L.K.E.R. works, like the underlying AI is actually really fascinating. Because it does have better AI than pretty much anything. They are attracted to noise. They react to what you do. They react to each other. They react to everything. And the way that S.T.A.L.K.E.R. works is just terrifying. Because it's aware of what you're doing. This, for me, it's specifically the first S.T.A.L.K.E.R. I enjoy all of the original 3. But for me, Pripyat's probably the best. And this is just because the AI is aware. And it thinks and it does stuff. Very different game. It's a very different game than exists now. Very, very good game. Am I a sucker if I don't like spooky games? Yeah, everyone's got their own thing. These are my jams. Let's do something that's a little bit less dark. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah. I don't want to get copyright struck. Guitar Hero and Guitar Hero 2, I could literally play forever. And I kind of have. The amount of hours I've put into both of them. Guitar Hero 3 fits that. Beyond that, they kind of just got difficult for the sake of difficulty, and I don't give a shit. I don't like the weird speedrunner mentality around these games. All of that I have no interest in. But Guitar Hero and Guitar Hero 2, phenomenal. Guitar Hero was basically the king of all of those games. I don't know how else to put it. I think Guitar Hero 2 was almost perfect. And I would play it forever. Love that game. Loved it. Ooh, I might be able to. Let's see if I've got something that will be embarrassing personally for me to share. I might not, but we'll see. 1 second. Because this could be genuinely embarrassing, which is fun to do. All right, we'll go into my... Because this is my, original... Yeah, this may have it, actually. This might have it. My original first YouTube account from many, many years ago. Let me see if I can find it. For the first Guitar Hero, they did a contest. There, you want to see how Brooks used to look? It's a few years ago. I got to keep it muted. I'll play a little bit. There's Brooks a few years ago. OneUp.com had a Guitar Hero contest. But I loved it. And it was a contest to like do some fun special effects with it. And I had a lot of fun. But this was 18 years ago. I love that song too. This was a long time ago. This was right after I became Final Cut certified. I'm a sucker for these games. Super fun. Super fun. Plus, stellar. It's just a great game. What are you going to do? Because it was mentioned earlier in the stream, I should get this out of the way. Astrid. If you don't know this game, this should be probably the thing that you force yourself. The video was 18 years ago, so a little bit younger Brooks. But, I mean, if you think about it, many of you probably didn't even exist. This is Kenshi. There is probably nothing that exists quite like Kenshi. And I don't actually know how to define Kenshi, and I probably wouldn't recommend Kenshi. You should try it after watching a few videos if it looks like something you'd like. Because if it looks like something you'd like, you're going to love it and your life will disappear inside of it. It is a very unique game, and it is absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Kenshi's... Yeah, if I had to if gun to my head had to say like what is one of like the top games of all time, most important, Kenshi's up there. Dwarf Fortress beats it out by a small amount, but it's wonderful. Kenshi is like next level shit, just next level, absolutely next level. Kenshi is just fucking crazy good. Balatro, I've got like 100 hours in Balatro, mobile especially, very good. Let's go back to consoles. This is one of my favorite games ever made. Yes. It's actually one of my favorite games ever made. Formative for me in weird ways, because again, the remake, great, but the original was like, oh, you can do stuff that no one else is doing. You can break conventions. And if you haven't played Shadow of Colossus, it's a shoo-in. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cheating to even have it in there. I'm not going to lie, I know. But it is that good. I mean, it's just that good. The remake is incredible too. Brickside, thank you for the $5. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you. Shadow of the Colossus is just magical all the way through. Emotional, interesting, complicated, and difficult, and really emotional. Like when people talk about like what can games do, what are they doing? There are a handful of these games. I'll mention specifically, but this is like one of those where it's like this to me is one of their the first Colossus for me, because it's the one no one cares about, and like no one ever says it's their favorite, but there is a sadness I feel when I kill him, because I played the game too many times, but he has a sadness to him. The others are far more aggressive. There's a sadness and a loneliness to the first that I've always just like a melancholy. What a game. There's just nothing like it. There's just nothing like it. Why is it choppy as shit? Let's refresh you. There. Yeah, it's just that good. So I don't do a lot of video game merchandise or shit. I fucking I hate that stuff. But I do have the Shadow of Colossus model kit, where it's the little guy with the first Colossus, because it's just that good. It's just that good of a game. I love it. And of course, it's not the movie so much, but I had to put the movie trailer here because it's so terrible.
Don't worry! I'm gonna cushion our fall with this water bucket! Release!
I hate the movie so much. My kid fucking loves it. Minecraft's one of the greatest games of all time. Like, it's not even a slight. I don't even think it's debatable at this point. Is a fan of mine a better blah blah? Is it? But it's the idea of what Minecraft does and how it sets it up. It changed the face of video games forever. Not because Notch knew it would or predicted that in any capacity. Drop the model kit in the Discord. I don't think it's for sale anymore. It's not a model kit. Oh God, I wish. No. It is. I don't even know if it's for sale anymore. I can't find it anywhere. Yeah. I'll go get it. 1 second. It's in box. Haven't taken it out yet since the move. Yeah. Minecraft's brilliant. The movie is fucking terrible. But I'll pull it out. It's worth pulling out. It's such a beautiful piece. Mm-hmm. See, now S.T.A.L.K.E.R stuck in my fucking head. God damn it. S.T.A.L.K.E.R stuck in my head, and that's going to be a problem. I mean, it's got a little base, and it's got the little tiny guy, which I like. But it's a beautiful sculpture. Like, they did just an amazing job on it. Let me see if I can get it to zoom in a little bit. 1 second. It takes 2 seconds. But it's a beautiful piece. Boop, boop. Come on. All right, so we'll go a little bit closer so you can see the detail. But like, they did just an amazing job. It's very heavy. If you can't, like, it's solid. This is a solid sculpt. But they did just a really beautiful job with it. And then, if you can't see, he's taped in there. Which I love. I get a kick out of it. So he's sitting above, and he's about to attack him, and it's just an incredible piece. Makes me just, yeah, I just love it. I just have to figure out how the fuck he's supposed to go back in. It's always my least favorite thing to do. Come on. That's okay. I'm pulling you out anyway, so that's fine. You can stay there. So yeah, Shadow of the Colossus. It's that good. I actually have the thing, which I don't buy for almost any game. But what can I say? What can I say? It is that good. It's that good. It's extremely high quality resin. And it's really good. I was very amazed by it. It's like I bought it. It came out along the first game. This was years ago, and it's been sitting. It was on a shelf for a long time. Then I had it in my office for a few years when I was at Lucas. So I've always had it out and about because I like looking at it. It makes me happy. Oh, this will be fun. Sorry, I just had I have my other screen open where I have my really weird random videos. Here's Creepy Tarkin. Oh, what the fuck? This is private now? Fuck you. Done. Come on. Make it unlisted. we got a handful of the bus from like the full-on bus for Star Wars when I was working at Lucas. And so when we were driving, see, there's young Brooks. It's very young Brooks. I know. But look at that Tarkin head. We had to drive him. We had to drive all the heads back. So I kept in the front. I shouldn't have kept it in the front seat. We didn't get in an accident, so I got very lucky. But I had it in the front seat, and I would have it turn and look at people when we drove. I thought it was funny.
This is the creepiest statue that has ever existed.
It is.
And he's kind of just driving. He's just riding around. Oh, what's over there? I don't know. Take a look. Oh.
Yeah. There you go. It's really realistic, creepy ass statue. But we had a bunch of them, but I kept that one because it was, I don't know why. Weird. Let's do another one. Kid raid. Hey! Well, thank you for the raid, Kid. How you doing? I hope all of you guys are well. The highway looks familiar as hell? Yes, because it is the highway. It's the California highway. It sucks. LA. But it's good to see you, Kid. Hope all of you are well. I hope Kid was having a good stream and didn't say anything that required me to get in there because I wasn't watching and keeping tabs on his correctness generally. So, I mean, he could have been terrible today. So it's my fault. I wasn't watching him, keeping things on. So, what can I say? We're doing Brooks talking about his favorite video games. I've been asked by a bunch of you fucks, what's your favorite video game? What's your favorite video game? And I've been doing a lot of philosophy shit lately, a lot of reacts that have just been, I did 6.5 hours of reacts the other night that was just so fucking. Kid said he wants to do more chats with me. Then why did he write me all of those racial slurs? I've been asked, what do you want? What's your favorite game? What's your favorite game? What's your favorite game? What's your favorite game? So we're just kind of going through a list of what I would call my desert island games. Hello, Kid. Yes, my son. So these are like my desert island games, and I'm bouncing around. There's no specific order to any of this shit, but it's appreciated to have you there. Here's one. It is going to put you back a little bit, few hours, few years, maybe decades. See how quickly.
Battle Day 12-32-71. Good welcome, citizens. Our united efforts continue to be rewarded.
This makes me happy.
Peace. Wherever there is oppression, Nod is there. Not with empty promises of propaganda, but with divination.
That is right. That is right. Tiberian Sun. Command & Conquer is like one of my favorites of all time.
By permission of General Hassan himself, it is with great honor that we bring you the following live execution. One vision, one purpose. Exana?
One vision, one purpose, Maycheck.
I can tell from all the VertCom traffic tonight that this termination is a special one.
Yes, very special. I've been told the mixture this evening is 100% toxin and no sedative. If everything goes as planned, our traitor should remain fully conscious to the painful end.
We'll keep our fingers crossed.
General Hassan has joined us.
One vision, one purpose.
The technology of peace.
I love it. There's almost, General Hassan. I mean, if you haven't seen what Twitch has turned into lately, there's kind of nothing like, the original Command & Conquers. I absolutely adore them, and I always will. I don't like the multiplayer of any of these games, and I think multiplayer and online gaming ruined most of my favorite things. There you go. That's how I feel about most of this shit these days. But Command & Conquer, top of my list. Here's an old one. My favorite thing I had on my Amiga. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. That's right. Lemmings. If you didn't play Lemmings, probably my favorite puzzle game. My brother and I probably played too many hours of it. And I don't know what happened to it. It feels like one of those games that should do very well. They tried to do like a tablet version, never landed. They tried to do other versions, they've never quite captured it, and I don't know why. It's very strange. Yeah. Lemmings. Great game. One of the best. If you didn't play it, really wonderful, like puzzle, complexity, everything. Just phenomenal. Dead forever, I guess. Humanity is not even close to Lemmings. Humanity was funny, but not even close to Lemmings. Not even close. But speaking of fun and silly and wonderful, this, I don't care. I don't care. A lot of people don't care for this game as much as I do. I love this game and I can play it dozens of times. I am an immature human being. But this is one of my favorite bad guys ever, and I'm like a 8-year-old child. It's great. I don't care.
Me. I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you. A huge supply of tish comes from my chocolate starfish. How about some scat, you little twat? Do you?
If you haven't played it, Conker's as soon as you saw the goddamn frame, a handful of people enough. I cannot help it. It's just fucking enjoyable. Some of the jokes don't quite hold up. Some of it is actually somehow more fun than most third-person shooters these days. The Matrix scene is amazing. The final Alien scene is amazing. And it has a handful of like really great multiplayer modes on the N64 that just never got redone. It's so good.
My butt.
Your butt.
That's right, my butt.
Ugh.
My butt. My butt. Ah, you cursed squirrel! Look what you've done. I'm blushing. Oh, what a world! What a world! Who'd have thought a good little squirrel like you could destroy my beautiful clagginess? Oh, I'm going. Oh, no!
I'm not above saying I enjoy every minute of this game pretty much. That's what I call bowel movement. And that it was not just on a Nintendo console. It was made by Rare, and a lot of money was put. What the fuck? I appreciate the music video, but I just wish it wouldn't skip an autoplay. Do I have autoplay running right now? I don't. What the fuck? Why is it just jumping right to the next thing? Don't care. Conker's Bed for a Day. Masterpiece. Hey, remember how one of you said earlier, oh, you don't like the hardcore games. Fuck you. So, Mega Man 3 is actually my favorite of the Mega Mans, and I don't care that other people have preferred 2. I don't care. I'm not going to fight you about it. Also, the music will get me copyright struck. I know that about Mega Man. YouTube is really bad about it for some reason, and I'm not sure quite why. But specifically, Mega Man 3, I could play forever. Now, do I own all the Mega Man games? Yes, on multiple consoles, actually. And do I play all of them? Absolutely. The more recent are probably better games in terms of like actually designed, but there's a rose-colored nostalgia you will never be able to defeat Mega Man 3 with, no matter how good your game gets otherwise. Mega Man 3 is awesome for me. And it's probably my favorite of all of them. Without even like much of a question. Snake Man, fucking amazing. Shadow Man, ridiculous. It's wonderful. I love this. I love this fucking game. I love it. Mega Man 3 is my pick. My top one. You should play Mega Man games. Do it. 4 to 6 were all extensions of 3. I agree with this. I have more or less it's 3.5, 3.6, 3.9. But Yeah, 3's music was so fucking ridiculous. God damn it. Just, come on. I just love it. I just love it. I just love it. Everything about Mega Man 3. It's my favorite one. Favorite one. I'd be surprised if actually more people don't love this. This is probably one of my favorite games. This would go in my top 5 like games I could play for the rest of my life. Yeah. This is the best playthrough I can find of it right now. You gotta be careful of the music. I'm gonna get pinged for all of this whole fucking thing, but the soundtrack's so good. If I had to pick, it's Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. The original was very good, do not get me wrong. 3 and 4 that recently did fine. Tony Hawk's Downhill, but Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 nailed it. It was the best evolution of all of the things. It did everything better than the first, but it wasn't needing to outdo itself. It was as good as these games needed to be, period. That's it. And Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 nailed it. The other games are good. I like them. I own them. I've played them. But Tony Hawk 2. This was huge back in the day. It's hard to describe how big Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 was back in the day. People who didn't play video games played Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. People who had Dreamcast, their sisters girls didn't play games back in the day. You know, chicks. The sisters would play with them. Dads would play. There was something about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and Pro Skater 2 especially that somehow worked for everybody. And I don't know how, but I do know that it's true. And it was absolutely massive. And it was enough that when you'd see someone good at it or someone would be playing it, everyone kind of understood how good they were. It was fucking wild. It was so good. Such a good game. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. This is probably my favorite game on the GameCube. And it should be yours too. Because it is that good. Oh, yes. Thank you, Snatcher. Oh, yes. Metroid Prime was just fucking good. Flatly just great. It did a thing that I appreciate for it. I am someone who is into hardcore shooters. I play shooters. I love shooters. I have a mouse where I've actually put on glass foot pads so I have better movement. I play a lot of shooters and I always have. Prime, instead of doing the Halo thing of trying to mimic the controls of a mouse and keyboard with joysticks, it just went, hey, what if we just don't care about how any shooter in the world works, and let's instead just use Z targeting for shit and completely change what it means to have a shooter. And the controls alone are the kind of thing that I think should be studied, let alone for the design of the game. It doesn't do shooter stuff. It just doesn't do the things a shooter does. It is a standalone genre of its own. And there's nothing like it. Oh, Power Surge, you've got to be honest, you hated this game. That's fine. That's fine. Oh no, Cho, we did Lemmings. Actually, I did Lemmings after the Kid Raid, so I don't know what happened to you. But it is even if you didn't like it, I get it. It was so unique. But for me, it just hit all the notes and it freaked me out. And my brother too. My favorite thing is my brother was so into Metroid Prime that he played it so long, the blood in his eyes settled like halfway. I think he played like 14 hours straight. The blood in his eyes settled. It scared him. It is the game that can do that, though. It is that good of a game. Metroid Prime. Frustrated with how much we spent backtracking. Game felt like a slog. See, I get it. I understand what you're saying. For me, the scanning and the setup for everything, I never found myself bored exploring or looking at the world. And yeah, everything strikes everyone differently. It's on my list. Metroid Prime 2 and 3, very, very good. I'm excited for 4. We'll see. Okay. I'm not joking with this game either. Is Halo on my list? No, not Halo. We'll get there. Look, I have, in one of every series of Pokemon games since Red and Blue, I have beaten every Pokemon and caught them all. That includes Violet. My son has Scarlet. Pokemon Yellow is my favorite of the entire series, and it will always be my favorite of the whole series. I don't give a shit. Pokemon's great. It is a brain rot game. I don't care. I love Pokemon. I'm going to leave this paused for a second. Now, this series is wonderful, and I actually think I might enjoy playing the 5th more, but the 3rd is easily the best of the entire series. The 3rd of this series is easily the best. And I know people will be violently angry that I say that, but I think the 3rd is my favorite of the series by a wide margin. After the end of World War II, world was split in two, East and West. This marked the beginning of an era called the Cold War.
East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
I think the 3rd is the best. It's the one that I just unspeakably good. Unspeakably good. It is Metal Gear Solid 3. 2, 5, or 3 based on mood is actually, I'm just gonna, so 2 never really stuck with me. Not really. It's 1, 5, or 3 for me. I get to, a lot of people have a soft spot for 2. It does a lot of things really well. The 1st, the 5th, or the 3rd. But if I had to pick one, it's the 3rd. The end. Just honest to God, one fucking battle. And in how I could play it before the internet, like before any of that, when it was like, wait, what? And you can, oh, wait. Oh, God.
Confirm the rescue circle off. Stand by at the recovery point.
And I think the story of this, the second one we'll just say goes off the rails story-wise. And everyone has different opinions on that. Did not hit me at all. I found the story for second one really... This hit me all the way through, and every character all the way through. I loved 3. I loved 3. I actually have I actually buy every version of 3. I have the HD remake for Xbox 360 around here, and then I have the more recent one. I love 3. I love 3. I love 3. So yes, as much as you've heard me say that I don't care for Hideo Kojima, which is true, but it's not a whole truth. I actually really love Hideo's work. I just believe that he needs someone. He needs practicality pushing against him to do better work. But Metal Gear Solid 3 is a masterpiece. Might be one of the most important games. Like if you had to say, what can games do? You know, I would put 3 on the list. I'm just gonna play the music, and I'm just gonna deal with the strike for a moment. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Final Fantasy VII is my favorite of the series. Eat shit. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I probably like 8 more, but 7, because of nostalgia goggles, is actually going to hit me every single time. Period. I actually like what they've done with the remake. Sorry. I thought it was interesting and different. 10 is good. Like, Final Fantasy has a lot of goods. Final Fantasy 3, phenomenal. The first Final Fantasy, which I loved, phenomenal. I mean, Tactics is a given, but I don't really count that in the Final Fantasy mainline. 8 is probably my favorite for some reason. I don't know why. Squall got, like, I just dig that. 10's interesting, not for me. 10-2. My roommate, Mike, at the time, loved it. So I got to watch him play through all of that. Like, the whole series is just excellent. I got to the end of that. The entire series is just very good. But Final Fantasy VII, because it was 3D, because it was telling story in a different way, because it had cutscenes the way that it did, because it had this epic storyline. And yeah, I do skip 9. It is not for me. 9 is not for me. I know it has its fans. 9 ain't my thing. 11 is also really not my thing. So... But I also don't really know if I consider that the mainline series. Yeah, 12 was fun. Yeah. All right.
They told me. Son.
It's just one of the most important games of all time.
You were born to do great things.
This is just one of the most important games ever made.
They were right.
It's just that good. The second, fine. More of. And improved in some ways. Others, But the first, just one of those games that I think changed how people looked at video games. I give the creators of it and the people behind it basically an incredible amount of credit for what they did. BioShock is, it is that good. Flatly. It is that good. It is flatly that good. And of course. And I am going with Melee. So, look, Smash Brothers has a whole bunch of different fucking games. Okay? Melee is my pick. I do not play it as much, obviously, anymore as I play the Switch edition. Again, these are obvious. This is a given. Melee is my favorite. The Switch game, I think I play a lot more of, but Melee was just wonderful. Just wonderful. They did such a good job with it. And I remember my friends and I played the first Smash Brothers. We'd get super high and we just would play and we'd just, like, no one cared. Everyone thought it was a silly one-off game. Most important franchise ever. Kind of wild. But yeah, I'm a NES main. For those of you who are like, what the fuck, Brooks? Not joking. NES and Jigglypuff. Love them. Smash is great. Smash is just great. There's my NES. Someone asked about Halo. Not Halo. Halo 2, however, is, I think, the best in the series. Personally. Everyone's got their own favorites. But Halo 2 for me is going to be like, Halo was cool. Don't get me wrong. Halo's fine. Halo 3 was good. Halo 2, hitting with Xbox Live when it did, playing cooperatively with friends and online and everything, it just is. And it was just so well done and designed, and the story, and it felt epic in a way that I think a lot of games strive for now. And Halo will never get back to, I believe. Halo 2 is just that good. Halo 2 was just that good. Just changed. It was amazing. Really depressing what's happened since, but still, what are you going to do? So yeah, Halo 2 would be it. I did already my joke about Minecraft. I did Guitar Hero. Oh, here. First off, if you recognize this tile of stone, you are an old person like me. But there's a very good chance you would recognize this tile. We'll just see if you start figuring it out. It's not missed. Come on. No, Doom? Oh, people. Quake is closer. Quake is closer. It's not just Quake, though. It's Quake 3 Arena. Quake Arena is probably one of the most important games of my young gaming career. There was nothing like Quake Arena. There was nothing like Quake Arena. There still is nothing like Quake Arena, sadly. Quake Arena is just about the most amazing game that there is. Instant kill, murder everything, psychotic gameplay. Oh my God. Fucking my life on this map. And again, competitive multiplayer, when like this, I don't even know how, why is it that like games now, I have worse lag that I can't play Instagib bullshit. Like I feel like I couldn't play Instagib without like just being angry of lag. Keep forgetting I'm a bit older than you. A bit, you're very sweet. Very sweet. Instagib is like a thing that I don't, so sad. So sad. My favorite weapon, it's single shot. Again, the exacting thing that is everything is happening in that game, how exacting it is and how perfect, there's nothing like it. There's just nothing like Quake Arena. But as far as single player games, and it's another id title. Brooks, I'm in my 30s. I'm 76.
So much has changed.
These are my favorite single player story shooter games. They're actually my favorite ones, and I cannot believe that I say this about this series.
I've been gone for too long. They beat us to the bone. No one knows how.
The Wolfenstein New Order and Colossus is so good. Storyline, character-wise, gameplay-wise, all the way through to like senile weird Hitler. Like it's crazy how good that game is. It's so good all the way through. All the way through. It's phenomenal. And there's just amazing moments, and they just nailed everything about it. There are so many characters in it that are genuinely memorable. For me, like all-time game character memorable. And then the series went away because fuck it, I guess. I don't know. Because Nazis took over America and now it's not funny anymore. It's just very good. And if you haven't had a chance, I highly, highly recommend playing through the single player of all of the games. It's just wonderful. Just flatly wonderful. Flatly wonderful. Here's a gimme. It's a gimme. If you've been watching my stream at all.
I am asked, what does a hero truly need? Much depends upon the hero.
Dota 2 is, it is a game I've got a few hours in, we'll say. 3,750. It's my number one game I played, actually, I think, in my life outside of World of Warcraft or MMOs. Dota 2 is the best multiplayer game that exists. And the complexity of it, the way that IceFrog and the team behind it, or the team that's currently behind it, continually evolve it and change it up and keep things fresh enough without dismantling the game, I'm always impressed by. So I'm a beginner. Yeah, I mean, once you hit 10,000 hours, you might be decent. I don't recommend it to people, but it is probably the game I play most of everything. Let's get some Nintendo games out of the way. This is probably my favorite of the Zeldas. And it's going to upset a handful of people, I have no doubt. But Breath of the Wild, I think, is just as good as these games get. I think Breath of the Wild is a masterpiece. That's it. That's the end of the sentence. Breath of the Wild. Yeah, this is Breath of the Wild. No wrong bad. See? It'll upset a handful of people. See, you thought it was going to be Wind Waker. I called it. I love it. Wind Waker's fantastic. Also great. Probably up there. Ocarina of Time is another masterpiece. We're comparing a 10 to a 10 to a 10 for me. This is not a question of is this game better than the others. It's a question of which one of these games can I play again and again and again. And I've found with Wind Waker, it doesn't work the same way. It just doesn't. For some reason, I run into walls a lot faster on my second and third playthrough of like, oh, I kind of remember this. Breath of the Wild, I've played through twice, 3 times, and I never get bored. I know. So they're all 10s. They're all 10s. It's not a good Zelda game. See, it's like, I believe you've heard me actually make my argument on this before, and a lot of people disagree, and that's fine. But it's a Zelda game. Do you know why I think that? Because it's a Zelda game. But it's fantastic. Love it. But I'm also a sucker for survival games. So, as you've seen earlier, I've got a couple of those that are in there. Metal Gear Solid 3 is my favorite of the Metal Gears. It's the most survival-y of all of them. It very much is. It's the most open world sandboxy, I think, besides 5, but it's more survival-y. But this is my favorite of those. I absolutely adore it. I do not consider the second one to be a different game. I consider it to be Breath of the Wild Part 2. So I kind of do lump them together, but on its own, this would be way, way, way better for me. I love this game. And then, what do you think my favorite Mario game is? And this is going to be, I'm going to cheat on this one. I'm sorry. But it's going to be 2 games, but I put together. I do put them together. It's not Sunshine. It is. It is Galaxy. Technically Galaxy 2 if I had to pick one. To be fair, if I have to pick one, it's Galaxy 2. But, man, the Mario Galaxy is fucking good. It's so good. It's so good. And I've never been bored playing ever, 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 ever. Ever, ever, ever. Ever, 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 ever. I never get bored with it ever, ever, ever. I don't know why. It's unique in that. I can literally just play any level. I've played it so many times. And other Mario games are still good. Do not get me wrong. Mario 64 is transformative. It's a more important game. I actually think Mario Wonder is fantastic. I like all the Mario games, really. There's very few I don't like. But this, it's just, I have no idea why. I never get bored with it. It's just top tier Marioing. There's nothing like it. I still have a Wii specifically so I can play these games. And my Wii U, actually, just for this game. So, it's just that fucking good. They don't have Mario Galaxy 2 for the Switch because they're assholes. Fuck, it's good, though. Fuck, it's good. But speaking of survival games, has there ever been a legit bad Mario game? At their worst, they're pretty solid. Let's talk about mainline Mario games. People have a lot of opinions on Mario Wonder. I think Super Mario Wonder is amazing. It is a fan service fun game. It is not a like Mario kind of has two sides. There's Challenge Mario and then there's Fun Mario. Mario Wonder is Fun Mario. And it is not challenged. I don't think I even broke a sweat 100%ing that game at all. Mario's Missing is not in the main line. I'm going to refuse that. Yeah, no, I don't think Mario's ever had a bad game. I don't think so. The main line. Yes, main line. But Galaxy is just peak. If you haven't played Mario Wonder it's basically a game where at one point you do mushrooms. And I mean, Mario actually gets high. That's what the game is. It's like LSD, Mario LSD. And it's only kind of shielded because you get to this point where you the Wonder Seed and you take it and then the world gets like trippy and weird shit happens. Like the first time you do it, the piranha plants put on a musical for you. I'm not joking. And if you don't smile, as far as I'm concerned, you're a broken person. So it's like, you have to smile. It's a game. Even if it's not the hardest game in the world, there's some levels that are like, I had to do a bunch of times, but it was never like hard, like difficult. Like Odyssey has some fucking crazy shit to get. Not really here. But it's more meant that like, you just smile. Like it's just dumb. Every level has one of these fucking things.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder is probably the most inventive game in the 2D Mario series.
I would agree with this.
Every single level feels unique, and a large reason for that comes down to the Wonder Flower. Upon collection, these will drastically change each level they're in some way, whether it be by making piranha plants sing, spawning in giant hoppos, and you can even turn into a Goomba. There are over 50 different Wonder effects in this game, and discovering what they all were for the first time was incredibly fun. However, with there being so many Wonder effects, some are bound to be worse than others. Section. Final thing of note, I'm not going to include the two flowers from the final. Nope, there's just zero challenge here. This effect is getting hard carried by the concept because it is legitimately cool to swim through lava, but making the player invincible to every. The platforms can be kind of slow at times though, but other than that, so I think it still deserves its spot, but it definitely could have been.
It's such a weird game.
Head, since you'll eventually
you become a platform.
No, you are.
Like the game is just trippy. Man, I had so much fun with it though. It's just a big smiling game. I hear the Boo's singing. Fucking Boo's singing was great.
Overall, I think this effect will almost everyone's list. This is found in Light Switch Mansion, and it'll spawn in King Boom's cell. That's not him. Yeah, I'm definitely in the Luigi's Mansion King Boo is better camp. I mean, look how much more interesting the Luigi.
The music's so good. So good. Of course, I watch good channels. Look, I'm a big Nintendo nut. I will tell the story forever because it's one of those things that you get to have as like a badge. My brother and I, the year the Wii was going to be revealed at E3, the Nintendo Wii, my brother and I found a way to snake 2 on-set passes so we could actually just get into the floor space of E3 so we could be the first people at 5 a.m, the day of, to be first in line to play the Wii. My brother and I were the first people in line to play the Wii at E3 when it was announced. Real story. Real story. So we like Nintendo. You could say we like Nintendo a little bit. I'm a sucker for Nintendo. What can I say? So It's fantastic. But can anyone name this game from this? Anyone? This should help. That is right. I probably have put more hours into Dwarf Fortress than any other video game. And because that's over like a decade, 15 years maybe. I'm trying to think of when I started playing Dwarf Fortress. I spent 6 years donating to it monthly for Tarn. I love Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is a unique game. And anyone who has played it or even sort of has heard about it is aware of the reputation it has for what it is. You begin every game in control of a handful of dwarves who sort of maybe aren't really under your orders, but you basically say, do these things. And based on the most complicated, weird simulation thing, you end up with really strange emergent behaviors that as you build a fortress from these dwarves, as they have children, as they do more things, there is just nothing like Dwarf Fortress that has emotionally hit me or involved me as I've built over and over and died over and over and died over and over. I used to have a shirt. It's the logo and saying of Dwarf Fortress is losing is fun. Because that's just accurate. There is no way to talk about Dwarf Fortress without saying that it is probably one of the most important video games ever made, and I could actively make good arguments that it's the best game ever made. I think I could actively make that argument. So yeah, we're starting to get towards like the very end of things, because these are games that I love, and I could play. If I had one game for the rest of my life that I could only play one game, it would be Dwarf Fortress, and I would not get bored. It's just that good. Dwarf Fortress is so important. It's in the Smithsonian. There's nothing like Dwarf Fortress in the world. And they deserve every bit of credit for that. It is the most game. That's a fair way to put it. So we're going to go down to 2 other games. I've only got 2 left, and then we'll be done for that, and I may jump into other reacts or random shit, because this is the end of the gaming segment. But we'll see. I don't recommend this game to anybody. In fact, I don't recommend anyone buy this game. But it is probably my favorite. It's probably one of my favorite video games I've ever played. But I don't think you should play it. It is the asshole simulator. In that you do your best when you pretend to be an asshole or are an asshole. Period. And you will die. And I've made real life friends in Rust. Like actual real life friends who I've gotten to know from Rust that ended up meeting in real life, and we got to know each other and we're pretty close. I've made actual friends in Rust. And the stories I tell of it, I can't even, they're just the worst games ever as far as like personalities. so we had built we had a crew of like 6 or so on this server, and we had built up our base, and we were roaming, which is where you basically run around and you kill people and take all their shit. No Hades or Slay the Spire. No, that's not it. Feel free to guess what the last game on my list is. Anything beyond this, it's not that I don't think they're great games. They're just not on my Desert Island list. So we're roaming, and we hear some guy talking, and he's building a base into a wall, and we go up, and we hear him stop, and it's clear there's a handful of people in there. And so we do what we always do. We say, hey, throw out your stuff, and we won't blow up your base and kill everybody. We're looking for these things. And what obviously was like a 10-year-old child said the most horrifying set of racial slurs I've ever heard a child say. Stuff that like 4chan people would be like, dude, relax. And then another one. And we came to learn that it was a dad with his kids. And he started yelling things like that at us. It was one of the just awful moments. So we said, okay. So we went in and we killed everyone except the dad. We killed everyone. We found the dad's sleeping bag. We boxed it into a metal cage. And then we took his children. The bodies of the kids' characters, and we cooked them and fed them to him. And this is Rust. Rust is a very different game. The Rust is a very different game. Jesus. And the kids kept trying, like they were spawning on beasts and coming and we'd kill them. And I just love, I wish it was just that. We're talking about like the slurs and swears that came out of this kid made all of us like, dude, like, and again, we're Rust players. So, Rust is a game that brings out the worst in everyone. And it's a very different game, but it is very, very good and fun and, also terrible. And I don't recommend anyone play it. It's just a very different type of game, but I have, 1,300 hours in it. So that's a thing. Wow. And that's going to be my last one for this list. And we're going to enjoy the intro. This is, again, another one. Rush player is like an insult. It is. It's one of those things, like, I joke with people, but there's like, there's a reality that you shouldn't, I don't know how to put this. Don't play this game. If you like this game, it's a wonderful game. Rust is wonderful. If you're not sure, please don't play it. I like it because it merges my favorite things, which is really twitch fast combat. Again, first person shooter, speed, fast time to kill. The bow and arrow, when you get good with the bow and arrow, you dominate that game. You can dominate that game early on. It feels amazing to be able to do that because most people need guns to do well. And if you can just fuck someone up with a bow and arrow, you just run around and take everyone's shit. Feels amazing. And the terror that game has, the anxiety of it, it's amazing. It's amazing. No, there's flat voice chat throughout all of Rust. There was on a server I played on once, there was the North Korean clan. I don't even know. I do not believe they were in North Korea or Korean or even Asian. I believe they were in the US. And they would run around with full weapons, but the leader would have his voice chat open playing propaganda songs from North Korea. So you just hear this noise of like their propaganda songs coming across the map, and you'd know to hide. As I fucking love it. Yeah, I have like 200 or 300 hours in Counter-Strike. It's not for me. It's not a game I enjoy. Not a game I enjoy. Rust has a lot of weird stuff, and there's a lot of emergent things like, if you haven't watched and enjoyed, there's trap bases that you can build, and trap based videos are some of my favorites. There's people who like because it's so emergent, you can do so many things in it. You just have this wide breadth of all this crazy shit that people do in it. It's pretty wonderful. But this next one, actually, and I'm ending on it for a reason, I don't think this is my favorite game. Yes, I've watched a good bit of him too. I don't think this is my favorite game. I think this is my rosiest glasses game. And I'm going to say that being very, very self-aware. Very self-aware. I think the first in the series is actually the best. The second one I love because it opened up a lot of things. Fallout 2. There is something about Fallout 2, and I don't know why. I love Fallout, and it's one is probably my favorite, but again, this is a totally irrational reason, and I can't define it. But the second one is I'm attracted to it. I will put it in. I'll play it over and 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 over. And I don't give a shit. Like, the first one is probably better. And it hits all like the things I care about, the things I talk about, the way that it works, the way that it has deadlines that were hardcore at the time, the way the combat functioned is a little bit different, the way that the world responded. But it's just so good. It's so good. It was one of the first games I ever wrote fan fiction for when I played it. It's a thing I did in high school. I wrote my own stories of some vaults because that was the second one built out that world. And so it's my first fiction personal writing was in it. I love Fallout 2. There's just something about Fallout 2 and how they did it and how much sillier it was that it really embraced the really fun side of it. And again, I think you can play Fallout 2. Fallout 1, I don't want to say I'm done with it, but I don't think there's parts of that game I haven't fully explored. I've done all of the different, like, various versions of things. I've been various versions of things in every area. It's kind of fine. Fallout 2 feels like I'm still exploring and learning. So, yeah, no, tell me what you're shocked isn't here. Tell me what you're shocked about. Doom? I think the Doom games are great. They're not my Desert Island games. None of them. I think the Doom reboot's very good. So, like, if I had to pick Doom, it'd be Doom 2. Brutal Doom's really fun. But Doom 2 followed by the new Doom reboot. And then I like the last three. I don't really like... They did a patch with the new one that made it unfun. That made the timing and changed things. But Doom's great. Just not a Desert Island game for me. Satisfactory, not a Desert Island game for me. Satisfactory works insofar as it's a game that's good for me to like do and play. And then once I've gotten to a certain point, I'm done and I stop for a while. Silent Hill never got me. Silent Hill, I do not consider scary games. Killer 7's wonderful. Not a Desert Island game. That's once every once in a while you can play. Slay the Spire. I love Slay. I've got Slay the Spire. I have the mobile version of most of these because they're great while you're taking shit. And I'm going to play better games if I'm on my PC. But Slay the Spire I love it. Slay the Spire is excellent. Monster Train. Fantastic. Inscription. Brilliant. But I've beaten it. I know all the things I need to do in order. It's kind of a one-time game. Yeah. StarCraft, pass. No, thank you. No, thank you. Super fun. Outer Wilds, Outer Worlds. Outer Wilds, not my jam. I have a whole rant about that sometime. Kentucky Route Zero is fine. Monkey Island 2, Monkey Island, Sam & Max, all great. The Dig, sure. Great games. But how many times can you play them? Are they great the first time? Sure. But there are movies I can watch once or twice, and then there are movies I can watch 1,000 times and still get things from. There's a difference for me. Did I like Undertale? Undertale was wonderful to have my kid play. I thought it was very cute, and what he tried to do was very interesting. It also showed, I think, that the audience of a game can actually ruin a game. I'm a Sekiro person versus Dark Souls, but I don't like any of those games necessarily. I don't... any game where necessarily dying is part of it, I think is stupid. And I think you need to design better. So, not for me. Star Trek The Motion Picture is a good example of I could watch a lot. Yep. Actually, all those old ones. My Outer Wilds rant is simple. I got one of the really rare endings of that game. I don't like the game. I don't like Outer Wilds. I appreciate what they're doing, but it's a systems-based exploration storytelling game that actually doesn't have any systems. So it's a deeply scripted experience. And it's hard to sort of talk about because it doesn't seem like that when you're playing it. And I get a lot of people have different opinions on Outer Wilds. But Outer Wilds is not a system game. There's systems, gravity, things going around and a timestamp, but like things happen arbitrarily. They happen because a designer said so, not because the systems lead towards that logic or that there's any cohesion. And so there's a lot of moments in that game where it's deeply contrived. The next step, deeply contrived. And so what happened is I got to the ending, and I'm not going to like go into the specifics because everyone always yells at me like, well, that's a skill issue. It's like, I don't care. If you make an ending of the game that because I did something slightly wrong, even though I knew what I was supposed to do because I couldn't hit the buttons in the right order, or because you need me to hit buttons in a certain order, you fucked up as a designer. If the interface is the reason I can't do a thing, that's not on me. And Outer Wilds is filled with shit like that. Jank is the thing people like about it, and it's cute and endearing, but pass for me. Pass. If a full studio had a chance to really work with it, and I think if they had a chance to actually do a proper pass of usability, I think a lot of control changes. I think it could have been a lot more powerful. But again, we'll see what they're going with the next time around. For a first effort, I think the studio is talented. I think it's wonderful. The game ain't for me, and I found my ending incredibly a letdown. I knew exactly what I needed to do. I actually had this argument with people who worked on Metroid Prime Metroid Dread, which is up until the last boss, one of my favorite 2D Metroid games of all time. Stunning. But the final boss requires that you switch from rocket to laser to this to that, switching your weapons and the problem is I have hands that are large enough that I physically can't. The switch shoulder buttons, I can't. My fingers are too big. That's it. I can't beat the game. I can't. I had to find a pro controller, attach it, and then I could beat the game. And if there's anything that takes your sales out of a game you love more than, oh, I better go get the controller for this boss, that's your fault, not mine. If I have to buy a controller, you can fuck right off. Not for me. What's up? I don't know why I'm studying German and watching a video at the same time. I don't know why you're studying German and watching me. I am not a person to learn German from. But it's a huge shame for me because I get these games are kind of for me, but at the same time, they're more and more and more scripted games. Dredge is wonderful. Dredge is a super fun game. Brilliant. Hey, so we got a German in here. So there you go. Shame Rivenbreak didn't do it for you. Thought he was an incredible final battle that really pushed the game. You're not alone. But yeah, doesn't work. Pass. There's nothing worse than having those moments. I just don't care. I just don't care anymore. There's Fred Marcus, who I used to work for when I was at Lucas, a designer who'd been around Nintendo and worked on things with Shigeru and everything. He always said, this is the only thing that matters. And he was always right. The reason Halo worked, and this is not to knock the art, the storytelling, the design, the gameplay, but none of that actually mattered. They nailed this. People don't remember what it was like before Halo when they figured out how to do this. It didn't work. Controls are that important. Flatly. And so it's very infuriating whenever a controller doesn't work. Very infuriating. There's nothing like it. Yeah, shooters were a PC thing. And if you haven't, try to find an old Nintendo 64 and play GoldenEye. Play Turok. Oh, God. Oh, God, they were so bad. They were so terrible. You have no idea how bad they were. But Halo nailed it. Fixed it. And with that, yeah, you got to do it. It ran like it. Do I not like tank controls? Resident Evil's fine. Tank controls don't bother me, but they have to be cohesive, and it doesn't work like this. If you can nail this, you've got it. I love Halo Knight. If I'm picking a night game, Shovel Knight, which I backed, I was one of the top backers for it. Loved my Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight's a masterpiece. But Hollow Knight's good. I'm a platformer guy. Love all that shit. All good. Team Fortress 2, someone mentioned. I have 300 some hours in Team Fortress 2. I adored it. Hats ruined the game for me a lot. Left 4 Dead 2. I debated on putting Left 4 Dead 2 in here. Left 4 Dead 2 is probably one of my favorites. Left 4 Dead 2, kind of magical. Just letting you know. Oblivion or Morrowind, maybe. Skyrim, pretty good. But Oblivion, probably my favorite of those. Witcher, Wild Hunt, Witcher 3, masterpiece. Risk of Rain 2, I've got a few hundred hours in. Risk of Rain 2 is amazing. Hades 2, both wonderful. RimWorld, wonderful. But they are not eternal games for me. None of them are. They're just not that good. They're not that often. They're not that thing I can play over and over and over again. They're not a thing I don't recognize. I probably could add to the list something like Hotline Miami and Hotline Miami 2. Yeah, those should probably go in. I could play those a lot. I could add those to the list. Just going through my... I have a few games on Steam, so it might take a second. I'm just going through all of them. Yeah, I didn't put Fable in there. I didn't put Alien in there. Now, there's a bunch of games I just didn't put in. Titanfall 2, great single player. Multiplayer doesn't last because it's built on getting too good and that you just can't take a break from it and come back to it. Dishonored and Dishonored 2 are masterpieces. They didn't make the list. There's a lot of games that are great. Just not that. Morrowind's not on there because I'm done with it, which is a weird thing to say, but you can actually get done with Morrowind. If you didn't know, it does top out. I don't play Monster Hunter. Those games are not for me. I have no interest in bullet sponge games like that. Number go up is not for me. If the number go up, it ain't for me. That's not a thing I enjoy playing at all. At all. Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, I hate that game. The intro is 6 weeks long. It takes 6 weeks to get through the intro, and it's one of the most boring intros that has ever been put in a game before you can do anything. Lots of slowly walking through the snow. But hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'll keep playing. I play it. In reality, it's like 2 hours. It's insanely long. I got on my horse and I was riding immediately after. This was it, by the way. I never played Red Dead again. Riding my horse and I'm going and I was like, oh, this feels good. And riding really fast. And I hit a guy. I didn't realize I could, but I hit a guy. And he fell off his horse and everything. And he gets up and he starts shooting at me. And I'm like, oh, fuck. What the fuck? And I wait, maybe I start running. He chases me. So I turn and I kill him. And I have a bounty of $10,000 added because he was the sheriff of the town. Fuck you. Or it was some shit like that. So I go to the town. I can't go in the town because everyone just starts shooting at me because I have a bounty on my head. So I can't get the first quest. That's it. It's the end of the game. My save point was already after. I had to completely start from scratch. And I'm not doing that intro again. I'll never play that intro again. I can't. It's not enjoyable. And from what I understand, the rest of the game is not interesting to me anyway. So it wasn't that. No Man's Sky is interesting. Noita's pretty good. Yeah. Metal Gear Rising is super blast. There's a bunch of games. Serious Sam is super... Serious Sam games are fun. I could have put Serious Sam in there and probably enjoyed it a bit. DEF CON, if I have multiplayer people to play with. Yeah, there's a lot of games in there. But it's, yeah. Yeah, not for me. Unreal Tournament 2003 or 4 would be my pick if I had to choose, and it's deeply, deeply sad they're not around anymore. Dead Stranding or Death Stranding? I hate Death Stranding. I don't think it's a good game. My favorite Shovel Knight campaign. I don't know. I don't know that one, actually. That's, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Penumbra is good. Amnesia is good. I'm into horror. I love horror games. Metro's fun. Just not in the top. The first Amnesia was great. But, yeah. I want to be them. I love all those platformers. They're great. I want to be the guy, whatever shit, Kaizo Mario. I play all that stuff. My top Flash game is, what is it, 2004? No, we're not doing that. Horror games can't be Desert Island games. That is actually something I agree with. If I had to pick a good game that actually gets to me, a good horror, you know what's really good is Trepang 2. Trepang 2 is really fantastic. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but Trepang, Trepang, Trepang 2. I've beaten it a couple times. That is a really fucking intense good shooter that genuinely has scary shit in it. See you, Slick. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very kind. Codswallop, Dan Morse, Brett James, Login, and Maker of Barrels. Thank all of you. Welcome to the... I pronounced Trepang correctly. Yay! Trepang 2 is really good. They really nailed that shit. Actually. I'm trying to think. What else? Horror stuff. Yeah, horror doesn't stick with me the same way. I'm trying to think of stuff that actually scared me. No, none of these. Probably it's scared for me is more intensity. Left 4 Dead 2 multiplayer versus actually is more intense and has more moments of genuinely making me jump scare than any game. Because when you're in the wrong place at the wrong time and just suddenly there he is, the smoker gets you, lashes you, hunter jumps you, just shit comes out of nowhere. That actually scares the living shit out of me when it happens. It's not like terrifying, but it's like, every time. Feels good. I like that. But it's just not, as a thing. Penumbra was very good. Penumbra gets me. Stanley Parable's great. Not in this. Rule of Rose, very good. I actually have it. I still have my PS2 and my copy of that. Again, there's a bunch of games that I did not include. Here, I'll even show you how, just because it's just easier. There we go. Let's see if I can grab this and go here. We'll go here, and then maybe I can go to... So here is... see if we can zoom in. Here's my Steam library. Yes, I have 2016 games. We'll go by playtime. Why is this? Oh, these are all... It's set to, this is weird. There... Dota, Rust. I used Blender for a while on this. Norp Apolog, I didn't actually put that many hours. Really great idle game. There's Bad Company. OBS, which I don't use for this anymore. There's Cat Tuber. I have a Little Brooks Cat Tuber I made. Like, I had someone make part of it and then I finished it. It's really cute. I'll put it up sometime. But like, you start going through and it's like, there's all Frog Fractions is a masterpiece. I have a few games. Super Meat Boy is a masterpiece. Oh, Super Meat Boy should have been in the list maybe. Jazz Punk's very good. Most of these, many of you probably haven't even heard of. So it's, One Finger Death Punch is awesome. Awesome. Space Wreck, awesome. It's Space Wreck is Fallout hardcore. Purely CRPG, like literally just you have to get out of. It's really good. Oh my god, so good. I know, 76 minutes. I know. This is the test kit, not the actual game, and this is Absolution. This is not accurate either. This just isn't accurate. A lot of these other ones it is though, because a lot of these I play for an hour and a half, and then I just get bored. I don't even know why this says GTA 5 is only 70 minutes. I beat the game. It's weird. There's Cruelty Squad. Tried it. I've tried it like 9 times. I hate this game a lot. But yeah, that's I hate Cruelty Squad. I can't. Fucking hate it. Yeah, it's not for me. We'll just say it's not for me. We'll say it's not for me, and I'll be very, very kind about that. We'll leave it there. Little Nightmares 2 is cute. My son likes those games. It's not really for me, so I have it, but GTA 5 Legacy, because they have the remake, the HD version or the 4K version or whatever, the PS4 version that came out. I don't know. It's all fucking weird, though. Neon White would be wonderful if you could skip the dialogue. No shit. There's so many games. I didn't just like VTM. I LARPed VTM in high school. So White Wolf Games was like a staple of multiple things for me. Once upon a time. Can find the question mark. What the fuck? Oh. Astrobot? I think I have, my son took it over. I played and I got very far in it. My son was watching me and then he just wanted to play. So I sat him down and I think he's got like 90% of the bots. What a fun game. Astrobot's brilliant. Assassin's Creed, the latest Assassin's Creed Shadows, I think is the best in the series. Sorry, I know a lot of people have different thoughts on it. I've had so much fun playing that game, and it has endless fucking replayability and a million things to do. I fucking love Assassin's Creed Shadows. Easily, easily, easily. Just brilliant. Is there any number up go up game I do like? Balattro's not really a number go up game. The Balatro is a game about like gaming a game. Number go up games are more like The Division or Borderlands. Borderlands I liked. I like all the Borderlands games. They're fun. They're not great. They're fun. Dota 2 is not number go up. Boone. Take that back. Take that back. Madness Project Nexus. I'm open. What the fuck is this? I don't have money right now to buy games. I don't need more. I've got too many as it is. Madness Project Nexus Newgrounds. What the fuck am I looking at? Third person run and gun beat 'em. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, I mean this looks like something I'd love to play with friends. Is it co-op? It has to be co-op. Oh, that looks so fun. Well, that goes on my wish list. Fine. That's cute. What a cute thing. Weird. Good call. Borderlands the movie is not fun. Borderlands the movie is amazingly fun. If you're going in to try to make sense of how a movie gets made. Because then it's magic. Then it's magic. Lurk away, lurk away. All right. Let me really quick make sure I'm... Boop, 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 boop. Oh, wrong account. There we go. Gotta look at my playlists. I had some reacts in there that we didn't get to quite yet. And I'm eating my mints right now. It's great. Oh, that Acerola video was so bad. Goddamn. So bad. That terrible. All these videos are terrible now. Okay. Let me see. What do we have in the list then? Time to abolish debt from Andrewism. Apparently someone who has dealt with Sunday. So which would be interesting to see what they're doing these days, because this is actually a month-old video. Zoe Baker's What is Communism? That could be good, because I would always love to have a simple video to recommend, but it's going to just go problematically, I have no doubt. Exactly. I can't do Alexander Avila again. That's just the worst. Can't do that again. All right. So here's what we're going to be doing. There's a handful of possibilities of what we can be doing now. I can react. Handful of philosophy videos we have to react to. It's not a Sunday takedown video. I'm not going to. Sunday. Trust me. You'll know if I disagree with Sunday on one of his videos because he'll know, and I'm not exactly quiet. These things don't happen. I'm really looking forward to his newer videos so I can have something to do that. Andrewism is a big Graeber fan. Well, that will probably end poorly. So, Zoe Baker, who... Yeah? Good? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Andrewism, it's time to abolish debt, which is... if he's pulling from Graeber, I understand what he means, but it is a flawed idea because all of society has always operated on debt. So that'll be fun. And no, we're not doing that video. But I also have another video here. This might be thanks to someone. Yeah. That's right, August. Yes. This is the, all right, gonna head out. I'm out of here. Someone did find it for me. Thank you, Snatcher. Glad I hope I impressed you with my gaming takes. This is not cuck philosophy. This is a 43-minute philosophical foundations piece from Jordan B. Peterson. The master himself, correct. This is lecture 1. We're going to watch for a moment, then we'll decide.
Well, hello everyone. We're going to talk about Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil, essentially. That's what I'm going to attempt to cover in this seminar. And so I subtitled this...
Okay, I'll turn the volume up in a second. I just need a moment. I just need a moment. 1 second. I just need a moment. Just one moment. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. I don't think I was prepared for this. If Neil Breen was a philosopher,
How to Philosophize with a Hammer, and that's actually a quote from Nietzsche.
I am just, at this point, we're just...
What does that mean? I think it refers to two, there are two references implicit in that statement. One is that Nietzsche attempted to break down some of the implicit axiomatic suppositions that had undergirded philosophy prior to the dawn of his thought.
Oh God. Oh God. Okay, this is gonna be a thing. He really is actually gonna see. Here's the problem with Jordie. Jordie is not stupid, right? Jordie's not stupid. Do you get that? It doesn't mean he's right about anything at all ever, but he's not stupid. It would be wrong to call him stupid. Foolish, absolutely. Incurious, yes. Uneducated, yeah. Self-aggrandizing jackass who doesn't care about actually reading text, but instead putting himself in the mind of philosophers in order to self-aggrandize. Yeah, but I would never say stupid. And so this is going to be this is actually going to be interesting. And I feel, since I kind of owe Nietzsche this, because I went after two other videos from a much shittier content creator who thinks Jordan is great and writes very well. I mean, if you didn't know, Abigail from Philosophy Tube actually really thinks his books are good. Said so herself. because she's trash. But I think this could be really fun. He's just a crank. I don't think he's just a crank. Like, that's the thing. Again, a crank is someone who, the Weinsteins, Brett Weinstein, for example, or Eric too, they're both bright, but they're cranks in that they just are willing to say anything. Jordie's had a really good through line. Like, he actually has some semblance of, I don't know, center that he's pushing back towards. Right? But this is going to be something. This is going to be something. So if we're doing Beyond Good and Evil, let me pull up, let me get my passages ready. Let's do this. Let's see. Which version do I want to use? I have too many books. Yes. Complete Works. Perfect. All right. Lame. 1 second. I can't. What the fuck? I have my Stanford up. What the fuck? 1 sec. Sorry, everyone. All right. We're doing this. At any point, if anyone doesn't want this to happen, you can give me money. If you give me money, I will stop doing this. But I actually think this will end up being a decent segment that I can spend a little bit of time on, and I can do something with, and we're gonna have a conversation about how stupid he is, because he's gonna fuck this up, and it's gonna be real bad. It's gonna be real bad. It's gonna be real bad. Are you guys hearing clickies? Let me see if it's just on my end. I'm hearing weird static clickies. That might be me. That's fine. Nope, that's the video. Great.
Well, hello everyone. We're going to talk about Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil, essentially. That's what I'm going to attempt to cover in this seminar. And so I subtitled this How to Philosophize with a Hammer, and that's actually a quote from Nietzsche. What does that mean? I think it refers to there are two references implicit in that statement. One is that Nietzsche attempted to break down some of the implicit axiomatic suppositions.
Okay. This is good. This is how long this is going to take. I am not going to do this all night. This will be going till 2 a.m. tops. And I'm going to cut off, and this is going to be a thing I just continue. We're going to do a lot of this. It's so bad already. Yes, August. So, how to philosophize with a hammer. My lecture on Beyond Good and Evil. The fun part, we'll start there, is that How to Philosophize with a Hammer is the subtitle of Twilight of Idols, which is whole other book. Twilight of the Idols, entire other book. So that's funny. Nietzsche didn't talk about hammers like a sledgehammer. A sledgehammer is what you use to destroy a thing. But you actually don't use hammers to break things. Unless you're a jackass. Oh, am I clicking now? All right, 1 sec. That's okay. 1 sec. Bum. All right. Is it clicking now? Because it's done. If it's not clicking now, it's not going to. I rebooted the audio. So we'll start again. Because I can edit this together. This is going to be a piece. So, first off, to philosophize with a hammer does not mean to destroy things. If you've ever used a hammer, like a hammer you buy at the store, you don't break things with it. Did you know that? Did you know you don't use a hammer to smash things? A sledgehammer, yes. But a mallet or a hammer, you don't do that with. In fact, hammers are primarily not used to destroy things. Unless you're someone who, my grandfather would say, has never had a callus in their life, which, just saying. Hammers have a lot of uses. Nietzsche actually compares it differently. For him, it was the way that, like, modern day, I'm trying to think of a good... Has anyone here ever hung a painting? Has anyone here ever needed to find the studs in the walls? You can use a hammer, you can use your finger, but you tap. You stew things to create sounds, like a tuning fork. That's actually how Nietzsche defines it. That's actually how he uses it. And he calls it like a tuning fork. Because the whole idea is, quote, it's in the preface of Twilight of the Idols, by the way. To pose questions here with a hammer for once, and maybe to hear in reply that well-known hollow tone which tells of bloated innards. So what he's doing is he's using it to, like a bing, boom, boom, bing, because he wants to use it to see what's inside of things. Because we can do that. If you haven't done this, go try it. It's really easy. Hit a wall with your hand. You can do it with your hand. Use a hammer. It's fine. Hit a piece of metal. Hit a rock. You can figure out if something's hollow or what's it's composed of by how it resonates. Maxwell silver hammer. Yes. Yes. But that's the idea. It's not destructive. So the first thing that Jordan Peterson says in his lecture on Nietzsche is so wrong that it's amazing. Peterson loves sounding. I am not going to explain why that comment is funny, but that does deserve a moment. So I'm just going to give you a pen there. That is the comment of the day. Well done. It's a good line. Don't Google it. If you don't know it, just accept you don't know a thing. Watermelons, you ting, 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 to feel, you sound them out. Right? That's the idea of what Nietzsche means by to philosophize with a hammer. He wants to pose questions that create resonances that reveal what is inside of things. So Peterson is so poorly read on Nietzsche. This is the intro to the book that is titled Twilight of the Idols, How to Philosophize with a Hammer. The intro says this. And he is so poorly read and incurious that he doesn't even read the intro to the book to mention it. Has nothing to do with smashing things. Nietzsche has no interest in smashing things. He really doesn't. He's a jackass.
That had undergirded philosophy prior to the dawn of his thought.
Nope.
And so it's a technical phrase, even though it's poetic, but it's also a psychological phrase. And I think it does refer to the impact that Nietzsche's thought can have on you if you come upon it unaware.
No. Jackass. So, how are you guys doing? At some point, this is going to end up being edited into a video, and a few of you may be Jordan Peterson fans who come here. He has said one thing, and he's already entirely wrong for what is written by Nietzsche in his own hands. That's how absolutely fucking wrong he is. So you can just imagine how absolutely wrong he is on everything else. If you don't care that he's wrong about this, or that Nietzsche didn't say these things, or that he's teaching you the opposite, go away. I don't want your view.
He's had a remarkable impact on thought over the last 140 years. And any singular individual who has a remarkable impact on thought has gone down very deep into the structure of our presuppositions and moved them around. You know, we have this intuition of depth, right? All of us know that there's a difference between something that's shallow and something that's deep.
Hello. I'm going to teach you Nietzsche, and I'm going to do it by referring to common sense, because that's how you really get to Nietzsche. He's so stupid. It's amazing that people listen to this man when it comes to any of these things. He does have a banger tie. I have to give him that. I actually generally like his fashion sense. The more absurd it is, the better. I like how crazy he goes with it. I know he's doing it for bigger reasons because he's a fucking moron, but this is fascinating.
And if something inside
it's a cool fucking tie. It's a cool tie.
Inside you that shallow moves, it doesn't move much of you. And if something inside of you that's deep is moved, it moves a lot of you at the same.
Yeah, sure. Shallow or deep or otherwise can have incredibly profound effects on a person. Again, this is very childish as a thing. It's a very bad way to talk about it. Also, again, Nietzsche would very much reject the idea that some depths are shallower than others. What the fuck does that mean, dude?
Same time. And Nietzsche was someone who philosophized in the depths. And so to read Nietzsche is...
I will say, look, I'm just going to say, I
to the structure of our presuppositions and
teach
move
philosophy.
them around. You know, we have this intuition of depth, right? All of us know that there's a difference between something that's shallow and something that's deep. And if something inside you that's shallow moves, it doesn't move much of you. And if something inside of you that's deep is moved, it moves a lot of you at the same time. And Nietzsche was someone who...
I want to teach in a white void. If I could, I got to tell you, I want to teach in a white void. How cool would that be? Have any of you ever learned in a white void? I want to teach in a white void. That's cool.
Who philosophized in the depths. And so to read Nietzsche is daunting psychologically, because there's a lot of things that you take for granted that orient you in the world, that make you...
I'm not usually picky, but if you're giving a class that is this expensive and you are a professor with this level of fame and you have this level of production quality, you should have your main screen with the slides be full screen. If you can't see, I'll make it larger for you. This would embarrass me. You can see his slides. This is the presenter's screen, not the presentation screen for PowerPoint. He doesn't know how to go full screen in PowerPoint. He doesn't understand that you can go full screen in PowerPoint. And no one told him. And I don't know why. You should have friends. Jordie, do that. Dude, it's bad. That's bad. That's fucking pathetic, dude. That's just a PowerPoint that you didn't go full screen on. Why would you not go full screen? It's so weird. It's such a weird choice.
Free of anxiety, that unite you with other people, that give you a direction and a purpose, that stabilize you psychologically. And Nietzsche is one of those thinkers who goes down into the foundations and starts to shift them around.
I mean, sure. 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 Hey, Lucy, how you doing? It's, you'll never go full screen again. I don't expect it from you.
And that can be very destructive. I mean, Nietzsche himself.
Not destructive. It's affirming. Again, the whole point of the hammer metaphor is striking metal, striking a wall, striking stone is about the resonance.
Lost his Christian faith, for example, which is an example of that of a destruction of axiomatic foundation. Now, he attempted to rebuild something else in its stead, but that's no simple thing, given that the entire edifice of Judeo-Christian thought was a collective endeavor unfolding over thousands and thousands of years. To try to replace something like that in a single lifetime, regardless of your degree of brilliance, is one daunting challenge, and it isn't obvious that Nietzsche succeeded.
Just so you know, he did. Let me introduce you to this gentleman. This is Jordan Peterson, who is claiming to be a cultural Christian because there is no God. I am not sure it's possible to have more proof that Nietzsche was right about what he said about God being dead than Jordan Peterson. I actually don't think it's possible. I think Jordan Peterson is basically the proof that Nietzsche was right, and it's hilarious to me. It's hilarious to me that he's like, well, there's no proof of it, but also there is no God, and I'm a cultural Christian. So for those who don't know, God is dead. Famous line about Nietzsche. Twice. I'm not talking about Zarathustra. Fuck that one. God is dead. It's followed by, and I'm paraphrasing here, God is dead, God is dead. We may be proud that we have killed him, but we still walk amongst his entrails. We still walk around him. We still walk within him. Who will help us destroy the rest? Because the challenges, the dichotomies that Christianity gave us, religion gives us, man, God, man, nature, soul, body, mind, body, all of these things are still so baked into everything that we do, every part of us. For example, that he's a cultural Christian, yet he's an atheist, as he has said many times. That thing he's saying is literally that you are still within the corpse of God, but you do not believe in him, but you still believe in the corpse. It's literally the thing. It's amazing.
But he did succeed in calling our attention, everyone's attention, to the nature of our unconscious and implicit axiomatic presumptions, and also while taking a hammer to the foundations. I mean, it was Nietzsche, of course, who...
That's not what he did either, and it's not what he used a hammer for. As he said in the book that he titled, How to Philosophize with a Hammer.
Famously pronounced that God was dead, and that we have killed him, by the way, and that we'll never find enough water to wash away the blood.
This is the quote I was just saying. Oh, this is going to be one of those videos. He is, again, he's not stupid. He's not. His brain works pretty well. I mean, as well as one can after being, in a coma on benzos. But that's what it's literally the thing. Who will wipe the blood off us? God is still here. I can't get away. What water is there to cleanse ourselves? How do we cleanse ourselves of what God is left? Because it's not just about God. I want to know how he explains it.
It wasn't a triumphalist statement. It isn't reasonable to say that it was Nietzsche himself who produced the death of God that plagues our society at the current times, because no one thinker is responsible for a transformation of that magnitude. But it is the case that he was able to synthesize the criticism of Judeo-Christian ethics and bring it to what would you say, to express that more trenchantly and explicitly than anyone else, just like Freud, not so long afterwards, was able to formulate and make explicit the idea of the unconscious, even though people had been working towards that realization for centuries. And so
the whole point, Jesus goddamn Christ, that's amazing. The whole point of that is that Nietzsche's laughing at the secular society, the people so proud that God is... Atheism, it didn't show up on Reddit one year after 4chan got a hold of it. Atheism has been around, and it's not even atheism. It's secular Christianity had been around for hundreds of years. Hundreds. There was and Zizek talks about this too, Zizek talks about it, that Christianity hasn't really believed God or believed in God for a while. Most people. Now, there are nutcases who fucking still believe in this dumb shit everywhere. But travel the world, there's a lot of Muslims who don't believe like that. Like, do they believe God's watching them? There's the secularity of things has been around for a while, and that's what Nietzsche is laughing about. Oh, you're so proud that you're secular. You're so proud God is dead. Oh, God is dead. Yes, God is dead, but who will wash the blood from us? Who will wash the shit left behind by God and his garbage that it fucking ruined so many people? It ruined us. It ruined humanity. Why would... What can we do to get rid of the rest of this? That's what he's saying. And Jordan Peterson's like,
how to philosophize with a hammer is to go down into the depths, to look at the axiomatic foundations of philosophic thought.
Yes, but not, how does the hammer do that?
And then to attempt to break that apart.
No, literally not. Literally not break it apart, but to use it on the foundation by asking questions the way that you would strike a hammer to see how hollow it is or how full it is, or is it strength or is it weakness? Because the goal for Nietzsche was to actually get at what are the things that are necessary for that foundation, because we have so many questions, so many thoughts, so many things that we have, so many ideas of the world. Do we keep them all, or do we go down there with the hammer and go, oh, that brick's not even holding up anything. Why do we have this brick here? That's not a brick, that's paper. That's the idea. Oh, that brick's made of titanium. We need to leave it. That's the idea. Hammer, ting, 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 ting. You stupid fuck. Unbelievable.
And it's certainly the case that Nietzsche managed that to a great degree. And we're still, all of us, whether we know it or not, are still coping with that consequence. Nietzsche knew, for example, that one of the consequences of that there would be two consequences of the death of God, and one would be the collapse of a system of meaning that encapsulated people psychologically and socially. The collapse of that system of meaning, Nietzsche believed, would bring about two events. One would be the dawn of a universal nihilism, right? A sense of rootlessness and hopelessness that would pervade Western culture and provide and result in an intense and pervasive demoralization. That and the dawn of the attraction of totalitarian ideologies that would rise to replace God. And Nietzsche was particularly concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism. That was one, which is obviously prescient. But
Brooks, do I hate Factorio? It's not for me. I don't hate it, though. It's just not for me. I appreciate those types of games. I actually have a piece I wrote some time ago I need to finish about... I call those games the fantasy of management, because we all want someday to be a manager in capitalism. Being in time rootlage, you named yourself your favorite version of publisher for I appreciate that a great deal. There is a massive irony in this. JP is the exact scholar who attempts to reinstantiate Christian nihilism using Nietzsche himself. He could be This is fucking, we're 5 minutes in and he's already said everything wrong. Like he's just out of his fucking mind. It's great. Don't do benzos, kid. Don't do benzos. Not like this.
More importantly, even than that, was his prophecy that huge swaths of Europe, the Western world for that matter, and as it turned out, the entire world would become enticed by the blandishments of something like a utopian communism, and that the consequence of that would be the death of tens of millions of people in the...
Wow. It's not... I did wig. Well, I didn't. I have to give credit to someone, but I'm not sure they want credit because, again, I'm not sure I even should be replaying this. But it's transformative because I am pausing it and I'm explaining why this man is an absolute fool and wrong in every single thing he basically says. He sucks hard. This dude sucks fucking hard. Yeah.
The 20th century. It's quite a remarkable piece of prophecy, multi-dimensional.
The automation and factory would be future socialist economy. No, that's not how automation works. Full gay communist space automation, whatever joke meme thing is. There's necessarily a person who has to press a button. There is a George Jetson who presses the button at the sprocket factory, and they are then exploited. And that thing, capitalism will continue to do until there's just as many people as the capitalists need and everyone else doing and consuming.
Dimensional prophecy, because all of those things transpired. And so the popular image of Nietzsche is a triumphant rationalist, let's say, celebrating the death of God, but that's not accurate, a not accurate representation in the least.
It's really tough to sort of talk about this because he's being very specific and trying not to mention a lot of political ideologies that utilize the same language of Christianity, which is kind of what Nietzsche's thing was. It was like, hey, there's this emptiness and we got this other shit that could just step in and say, hey, we're doing stuff now. It was often the desire to escape disconnecting experiences of meaninglessness that served to fuel the rise of authoritarian movements, as well as the violent conflicts that erupted between them. These movements wanted to socially engineer a new man who would be redeemed from past defects and sins. They promised followers that if given enough power and control, the state could construct a world, heaven on earth. The Nazis used this. The fascists used this. The communists, yes, used this. Like won't say otherwise, but the focus very specifically on the communists and not realizing that Nietzsche was very much not just critical of them. It's like people who talk about George Orwell and like, did you know George Orwell fucking hated communism? It's like, yeah, did you ever like see his writings? Because his thing was that communists weren't like communist enough. Like he was on the other side of the thing, not on yours. And Nietzsche was kind of on the other side of the thing. It's a thing, and it's really weird.
Much wiser man than that. Now, that doesn't mean that Nietzsche was uncritical admirer, let's say, of the Judeo-Christian ethic, because he also believed that deep within Christianity was a spirit embedded of resentment, slave morality that would view the world as a battle between, that there was a stream of roughly Christian thought that viewed the world as a battleground between the oppressed and the oppressor, the slave and the master. He believed that Christianity was a manifestation of slave morality that was constantly...
Orwell literally fought Franco. Well, Franco's kind of an odd cat. So, yeah. Wouldn't say Nietzsche was on any side. I would say Nietzsche's on the other side of things when it comes to like, I think it's fair to say. This is an astonishingly awful thing to say. It's like a sophisticated version of Abigail Thorne. It's like someone he's actually read Nietzsche. Like, this is the problem. Abigail doesn't read books. She doesn't read books. She doesn't understand what reading is, nor does she like to do it. ChatGPT will tell you things, so will a friend or two or someone writing it, or Wikipedia. I think Jordie actually read Nietzsche. He is incapable of critical reading, though. So when he's reading it through his lens that he already understands, and he's putting everything in order for that. To me, it's very much that. But he does not admire Christianity. So there's a lot of complications within Nietzsche. But one of the ones I think I can say fairly cleanly is that he believed Christianity is basically the triumph of slave morality, the triumph of resentment in mass, I think would be how I'd phrase that. The rabble, the herd, the hoi polloi, they're the ones who run it. He's not bad. Christianity is slave values perfected, and he's against slave morality. Done. Slave morality is a reactive not emancipatory thing. Is he in favor of master morality? Yes. Yeah, I could say that. But he's not in favor of master morality against a slave. There's a difference there. It's much more complex than that, and it deals with things that are a little bit beyond that. But to say that Nietzsche believed Christianity as a manifestation of slave morality and admired it for it is flatly wrong. Flatly wrong.
Driven by a...
What is master morality? All right, so we got masters and slaves. Masters who live in a world of masters. We got to kind of go back to this is a romanticized version of things, not really a materialist notion of these things. So bear with me as I do this. So we're not talking about like Southern slave masters versus any like that kind of thing. Roman, more or less. The men in charge who don't give a second thought to anybody, do as they do, and they do what they do. Slaves who have no power, people who are downtrodden and beaten, who have no power in society, and they can't do anything. That sucks. Like, it sucks for them. So what do? Well, they want to do things, they have a will to do things, but they can't because they're slaves. So what happens is, they turn that into itself a morality. The example I used, my What is Resentment video on this channel, go look for it. It's on the front page of our channel. The way that it sort of works is, say you have a hawk and a sheep, an eagle, and an eagle goes down and captures one of the baby sheep. Boop, off it goes, flies, kills and eats it. Is the eagle like doing that for any other reason than to eat? No, just fucking food. Off you go. The sheep can't really do much about it. So the sheep looks at the eagle and goes, that eagle, if I could fly and I could do that, I wouldn't eat the eagle's children because it can't. I mean, it can't fly. It can't eat the eagle's children. It can't eat the eggs. It can't climb a tree. Sheep can't do a goddamn thing. But it says to itself, if I could, I wouldn't. That makes me better than the eagle. And they become proud, filled with resentment. This is the difference between resentment and resentment. I resent you for that remark. I resent someone for doing a thing, whatever. Resentment is this odd turn back of morality, turning the lack of ability to do a thing into it being a positive trait. And that is what Christianity does, because, the slaves do this. This is not uncommon. Slaves have always done this. And this is, pick a downtrodden group anywhere. I used to use the joke of Revenge of the Nerds, the movie. The guy is like, I would treat that girl so much better if I could get her. And when he finally does, he basically rapes her. So, because the reality of being someone who doesn't have power to do things is you justify it by saying you wouldn't do things if you were in that position. But really what you want is to be in that position so you can do those things. Conservatism and Trumpism is basically resentment made force. I wouldn't, how awful that Hillary and Bill are going after their political opponents. I wouldn't do that. Well, you're not in power. But if I were in power, I wouldn't do that. And then the moment they get in power, that's what they're doing. That's all they're doing. So that thing is resentment. But somewhere someone comes and goes, I can get a bunch of power. Hello, how are you? My name is Mr. Priest Jesus. I know, it's a lucky name. And I got to tell you, you really, honestly, you kind of have too much. You kind of have too much power. Really what you need is to give up even more, because only the meek and the poor and the truly shit upon and the people who have nails in their head and have cut out their eyes, only those people can truly enter the kingdom of heaven. Wealthy men can't do it at all. Oh my God. I have to cut out my eyes and cut off my ears and shove everything in my give myself a lobotomy with fucking nails at my nose. That is what you have to do. That is what you have to do in order to be a saved human being. That's what Christianity does. Christianity is the priest who turns this into even more. So the more you're fucked, it's Zizek tells the joke, but it's an old three religious guys. How does it go exactly? There's a billionaire, a former president, and a homeless man. Uh, and they're at the pearly gates. They get to go in. They get an audience with God. First guy walks up and he goes, "My Lord, I am truly nothing in front of you. I have spent my entire life proving I am nothing in front of you, blah, 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 blah." And then he walks on. Second guy goes, "My Lord, I am truly no one. I am nothing. I've been nothing my whole life. I care so much." And he walks away. Third guy walks up and goes, the homeless man, my Lord, I am nothing." Billionaire turns to the president and goes, "Look who the fuck thinks he's nothing." It's kind of that joke. I like that joke. You're not sure how fair it is to Christianity, though? It's very fair to Christianity. Go to a church and ask them if it's okay for you to have power. They will say no. They'll take it, but they will say no. People who are poor, people who are in trouble are the ones everyone clamors over. Absolutely, this is the core tenet of Christianity. It's a core tenet of most of these Judeo-Christian religions, but I would say Hinduism borrowed a lot from it. Current Hinduism, not full on. Like the Hindu nationalists use the same thing, but they do it in a way that allows them to maintain the castes. It's fucked up. It's all just fucked up. It's so fucked up. Being nothing is way out of my budget. That's exactly right. So this is just an insanely off statement. It is a Zizek joke. I like it.
A form of envy, and that would culminate in something extraordinarily destructive. Now, I think Nietzsche's thought was weak on that part to some degree. I mean, Nietzsche's a very...
Are you fucking kidding me? You're 6 minutes in, you haven't actually quoted Nietzsche meaningfully, and you're already saying Nietzsche's weak. I love Jordie. He's something else. This guy's magic.
Nuanced thinker, and there's a difference.
Are you experiencing resentment by being vegetarian? No. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't fucking know. Being a vegetarian's fine. Like, if you believe that. But if you say things or you do it out of resentment, you'll know. And this is Nietzsche's thing with the eternal return, with the vicious circle, with the way that life works, is that it's a question about that. If you are truly just being that, and this is what you believe, great. If you are withholding things, and the withholding is what makes you a better person than someone else, that's bullshit. Oh, but if it's because you think it's murder, I've had this conversation. Veganism, sure. Pescatarianism. If you think killing something is murder and you don't do it and someone else murders, that's not resentment. That's not the thing. You're horrified at the act. You're not horrified at the fact that you can't do it. It is a very big nuance, but it's kind of central to the entire idea of what Nietzsche wants to do. Like, he says, basically, your job as a person is to always will something that will make you get up in the morning, to do again, to go again, to begin the cycle again. Something must be there. And if that thing is, being rich, sure. If it's being poor, sure. Like the thing that drives you. If it drives you, it drives you. Be honest to that, but don't build your thing into it. Yeah, there's a lot of really good reasons to be vegan or vegetarian, like on its own. In fact, I know people who just don't like meat or it's repulsive to them. It's not, again, it's about the thing. The master could very easily, the masters, as he talked, they could easily be slaves, by the way. If that's their jam, if that's what you want, if you want to be like downtrodden and you think it's fucking awesome, all right, like what am I going to do? Stop you? Resentment would be like sheep getting slaughtered and thinking they wouldn't do it if they were in a farmer's position. Exactly. Like I said earlier, the sheep and the eagle thing's the best call.
Difference between criticizing Christianity and criticizing Christ, and Nietzsche is ambivalent on that front. I think it might be fair to say that he criticized institutionalized Christianity for its adoption of slave morality, but didn't go so far as to assume that that was part of the ethos of what was central to Christianity itself.
What? 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 Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's wrong. The core thing of Christianity is that it is about life denial. Quote, "From the outset, Christian faith is sacrifice. Sacrifice of all freedom, pride, and self-assurance of the spirit. Enslavement and self-derision, self-mutilation at the same time." So he's way wrong. Nietzsche hated Christianity. Nietzsche fucking hated Christianity. Like, totally hated it. He didn't hate humanity. So this is where Peterson, Peterson again, not stupid, has read it. And this is, I totally know this. I totally know how he gets here. I've met people, I've talked to people who've gone down this road. Here's how it works. You read Nietzsche, and you see that Nietzsche isn't like, murder all the Christians, which is what Christians have fantasies about. They masturbate over the idea of all Christians being murdered and being persecuted at that level. They love it. Oh, all over the place, just like everywhere. They love it. But that's not what Nietzsche does. So they go, wow, he must just like the bad kind of Christianity. Like when people talk about, no, I don't hate capitalism. I hate corporatism. Yeah, it comes about because of capitalism, you stupid shit. No, I don't know what you're talking about. That's the same thing. He hated all Christianity, but he had no, like, he didn't hate humanity. Humanity is in a tough spot. There's Christianity here. There's Buddhism, Shintoism, Muslim faith, Jewish faith. He's not anti-Semitic. He's not any of this shit. All this is fine. And actually, there were some interesting things that came about because of this weird breach of resentment. The ability for things to move forward is important. And so you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's not what he wanted to do. And it's not how he looked at it. He very much looked back and went, all right, Christianity's like shit wall to wall. But actually we can see Christianity helped people develop this. It helped us understand this. So if we take those parts, it's not Christianity. Christianity is a nightmare of poison and toxicity that will destroy humanity. But there's cool shit here. That's it. Yeah, great way to put it, Codswallop. Nietzsche hating Christianity does not mean he hated Christians. He actually didn't hate people, despite being what sounds like when you're reading, you can totally take it as very misanthropic. 100%. I don't, and a lot of other people don't. He actually believed in a huge amount of potential in humanity, even the Christians.
Now, Nietzsche wasn't precisely a systematic philosopher.
That's fucking stupid.
He wrote aphoristically. He wrote using narrative and using...
Okay, if that's what you mean, still fucking stupid, but he did write mostly through aphorisms. That's fair.
Poetic tools, which also made him a very strange philosopher and a very strange author. And
it's because he wasn't a philosopher. He was a philologist. He was a philologist. He was a philologist. I went over this actually in my video I did a couple bit ago. We don't have philology anymore. It's a real thing. That's what Nietzsche was. He was a philologist, not a philosopher. So that would be why his writings are not like a philosopher. He was a full-on logist. That's correct. That's correct, Dan.
And professor alienated him from his academic community because he didn't write him.
Philology is just like one of the worst. There's so many bad words in the history of all of this shit that like I hate saying. Philology is one of them because it just, I don't even know if there's an accent where you can say it. Philology. It just like, it feels painful. Yeah. Philology is dead because the Nazis killed it. World War I and II is actually what killed philology and a whole bunch of other really interesting things because they were primary German in studies. And then everyone went, let's take a break from the Germans. Yeah, did you see what they did? That stuff? Yeah, let's take a break from that for a little bit.
In a dry and academic manner, he had this prophetic.
Yeah, August, because his aphorisms are systematic. They're not systematizing, but they are systematic. He's an extremely systematic philosopher. His shit links together very, very, very well. very well. And he's intentional in how he writes. So it's just absolutely absurd to say otherwise.
And poetic temperament. And so he's a very creative philosopher rather than a rigorous.
And here is where, because I have to, every stream I'm going to do about this, I'm going to mention my favorite fact, which is that Jordan Peterson's daughter married someone named Jordan and screams the name Jordan when she orgasms. So that's a fact. And I like that that fact exists.
Philosopher. Very.
Uh-oh. 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 I'm back. Am I back? I should be back. I'm back. Good. In case I missed it, no, I'm not going to repeat the fact again. Oh, hi, Mark.
In a dry and academic, far as to assume that that was part of the ethos of what was central to Christianity itself. Now, Nietzsche wasn't precisely a systematic philosopher. He wrote aphoristically. He wrote using narrative and using poetic tools, which also made him a very strange philosopher and a very strange author and professor. Alienated him from his academic community because he didn't write in a dry and academic manner. He had this prophetic and poetic temperament, and so he's a very creative philosopher rather than a rigorous philosopher. And so his.
You want me to start over? This is so awful.
Thought jumps from place to place. He distrusted systematizers. He was also very ill for much of his life and couldn't write in long bursts and tended to think for extended periods of time and then to summarize all that thought in very short bursts of poetic prose. And that's also, I would say, in some part why it's reasonable to say that he philosophized with a hammer, because his thought is extraordinarily condensed. He'll offer you something, aphorisms, very short statements, paragraphs that are unbelievably dense. And what we're going to do, and I think what will be the most...
Aphorisms? Did he just say aphorism?
Think for extended periods of time and then to summarize all that thought in very short bursts of poetic prose. And that's also, I would say, in some part why it's reasonable to say that he philosophized with a hammer, because...
So first off, I don't even know how this is related to a hammer. This is now like the dumbest fucking metaphor that he's not using correctly, and it's gone so fucking far. I know I've gone too long without sleep because I'm high, but I'm not. I was in my kitchen, started laughing hard because of everything around us. Welcome, Raz. It's good to have you. Why is Nietzsche fetishized in America? Because he's a fantastic writer and thinker who's incredibly formative to the positive nihilist movement and materialist movement that Marx and others also pushed, and a number of amazing thinkers have continued. He's popular in a lot of places.
His thought is extraordinarily condensed. He'll offer you something, aphorisms.
Aphorisms.
Very short statements, paragraphs that are unbelievably dense. And what we're going to do, and I think what will be the most fun in this seminar, is to take a variety of those paragraphs and aphorisms and attempt to unpack
This is amazingly stupid. I love it.
them. You can do that endlessly. For example, in a book like Beyond Good and Evil, it's...
I wonder if systematizer meant something specific or any kind of rigor. So if I had to guess, I think he does mean more towards Spinoza type, Kant, Hegel. Extremely, their writing is systematic and built in very particular ways, which is a fair statement. If I'm taking him in good faith, and I'm going to try to do that, even though he's mostly benzoed. I mean, his brain's been washed, so there's only so much to do. But that's how I think I'd take it.
not really a book that you can sit down and read all at once, because there's so much packed into it. And when I read a book, I often earmark a page if there's something that
I believe he reads books.
I might want to refer to later. And I've read whole books where I didn't earmark a single page.
He's read whole books. I believe that. I actually believe that. This isn't like Abby or fucking Michael or any of these fucks who I don't believe actually read books. I actually think he reads books. I believe it.
I don't even bother earmarking a book like Beyond Good and Evil because I end up earmarking both pages of every page.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I know what he's saying there. I agree with this. But that's actually a very fair way to describe Beyond Good and Evil. If you are the kind of person who will make notes in a book or mark a page or anything, you'll mark throughout it because every fucking sentence is brilliant. Every fucking line is brilliant. The book is amazing. It's amazing. This is why people like Nietzsche, by the way. Tuxedo, I know you more or less were asking to be a little bit sardonic, but it's just very, very good writing. Everything. It's good.
And so Nietzsche famously said of his own books, I write in a single sentence what it takes other men a book to write. And then he says, what other men can't even write in a book?
Hey, from Twilight of the Idols. Hey, I wonder if that book has a subtitle. The subtitle of that book is How to Philosophize with a Hammer.
Which is pretty good, eh? Because it's a hell of an egotistical statement right off the bat.
Well, it's not an egotistical statement. What he's saying there, and it's literally, you even included it in the quote. Wait, did he fuck up and did he misquote Nietzsche saying it, but then didn't? Wow, one sec. So the quote is, it is my ambition. See, early on, when Nietzsche was writing Twilight of the Idols, his goal was to write like that. I want, and actually Adorno would go on to say, I think my favorite version of this, something along the lines of, a man will write a book, a writer will write a paragraph, a poet will write a sentence. Something like that, which I love. But Nietzsche's not saying that he does that. Nietzsche's saying he wants to. My ambition is. That's literally how the quote starts. I think it's going to be amazing that I want to see this. As I heard it, if memory serves, and I may be wrong, Jordan Peterson says that he's saying he does this, Nietzsche does this, Nietzsche's bragging, but then the quote literally says it's my ambition, which means he doesn't believe he is. So this is fun.
And when I read a book, I often earmark a page if there's something that I might want to refer to later. And I've read whole books where I didn't earmark a single page. I don't even bother earmarking a book like Beyond Good and Evil because I end up earmarking both pages of every page. And so Nietzsche famously said of his own books, I write in a single...
He did. He fucking misquotes the quote that he puts on screen for everyone to see, and all of the people who like him are too fucking stupid to read it. Very frustrating. I know no one else cares about this, but this is when you're ascribing egotism to someone who says, I want to be able to, it is my ambition to, you're an asshole. Potato, tomato, exactly. And since there's 135 of you now, I will say, if you like what I do, please drop some memberships, always good. Drop a super chat, also great. If you haven't seen it, streaming in the Ninja chat is in there. I've got a link to a donation. Best place if you want to give a couple bucks, or head to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. Always great, help support and to help to keep everything running, or just join us on Discord and you can scream at me all you want. I know I don't actually have that Patreon. I'm not Kid. I'm not fucking Magic when it comes to this stupid shit, Allie. I know, it's terrible. But there's a Stream Elements link if you want to tip directly. But if you can join us on Discord, next week we have a new reading, Klosowski, Vicious Circle, which I'm very excited about.
Whole sentence, what it takes.
It's about Nietzsche, so timing.
Other men a book to write. And then he says, what other men can't even write in a book? Which is pretty good, eh? Because it's a hell of an egotistical statement right off the bat, and instantly he tops it with an even more egotistical statement, except that it wasn't egotistical because it happened to be true.
It's true he had the ambition. Good job, Jordie.
And so there's whole fields of endeavor
Can't
embedded
even read a
inside
sentence.
Nietzschean thought. The whole corpus of psychoanalytic thought is embedded in paragraphs of Nietzsche's thought, saying beyond good and evil. And Jung, for example, was a student of Nietzsche's, not directly, right? An admirer of Nietzsche. He published eventually a 1,400-page, I believe it was 1,400-page book on seminar notes on the first 1/3 of Thus Spake Zarathustra. So that's about 40 pages. 1,400 pages of exposition on that, on 1/3 of what's a very small volume. And so there's a tremendous amount to unpack in Nietzsche. And so it's a mustard seed issue. Christ compared the kingdom of God, if I remember correctly, to a mustard seed, this tiny little grain of possibility that can unfold into this remarkable structure.
Okay. If you didn't know, Jordie has done an hour-long lecture on one paragraph of Nietzsche. That's he's doing that because Jung, Jesus Christ, that's fucking pathetic. Lucy, we may. I've been moving and things have been difficult. I've been trying to get a lot done and I've been having to work too much. So it's kind of a lot.
And poetic.
You know how you really know it's a fantastic seminar on Nietzsche is a Christian parable on heaven.
Poetic language in particular, image-laden language, has that proclivity to...
No, I do this with AO. Occasionally when I'm doing AO, I'll sit and I'll go...
To contain much more than...
Hey, this paragraph of Anti-Oedipus reminds me of this paragraph from the Bible. Wow.
You'd expect, given the brevity of the statement, and that's because the meaning isn't just contained in the words, it's contained in the relationship between the words and the relationship between the phrases and the sentences, and then the poetic relationship of the sentences to the corpus of thought that it refers to. And so it can pack a tremendous amount of information into a very small space. That's particularly true if you write poetically. And Nietzsche...
Hey, just to let you know, this is the antithesis of everything Nietzsche stood for and believed in. That very sentence is very much that. The idea that you would have a seed. In that seed is all the information, and all the rest of it is not how seeds work. Actually, it's not how seeds work. Seeds have programmatic information, procedural information that shifts and changes based on its entire set of surroundings. Genetics and seeds are like this. In fact, everything is like this. Nothing exists as a seed with all the information at the end. It's not already pre-built. It's not how it works. So he's literally just doing the opposite shit that Nietzsche even commented on directly. It's amazing.
Nietzsche was a prophetic and revelatory writer. Thus Spake Zarathustra, for example, is written in a kind of intense, emotion-laden Old Testament language, and many people who are...
Time for a special Bible parable reading of Anti-Oedipus. This is not a joke. I debated on this. I'm not joking. There are a lot of Bible passages that I think are absolutely within the teachings of what is going on inside of AO. The example I love to give, my favorite example of a Bible story that everyone gets wrong is the loaves and fishes. If you haven't been forced to read the Bible or wanted to read it, I used to have a red-lined edition. Bible was a thing in my family growing up, not super strong, but it was there. And I lived in a very religious community. The loaves and fishes parable is pretty simple. It's the idea that Christ fed everyone by evoking loaves of bread and fish for everyone. And it's a miracle he performed. which is like the stupidest version of, that's like baby brain dumb shit that exists. And someone, oh, fuck, him magic, boo. It's like, Jesus Christ, guys. Or is it that Christ had some loaves and some fishes, and he shared those with people directly around him, who also had some loaves and fishes and other things. But his sharing, he may have had excess. His sharing enabled the people around him to share with those around them, which in turn enabled people to share with those around them, in turn share with those around them. In fact, isn't it a much more interesting story to have it be about, as I would read it, not selflessness, but the idea of actually keeping things to yourself is why everyone starves. I think that's a much better story. But no, can't do that.
Flirting with intellectual development, fall in love with.
It's a lot of stories like that. Sounds like communism. No.
With Thus Spake Zarathustra, which is this poetic.
Joe Garbage. I was raised that it was a miracle too. But like, if you've ever been, go to a festival that like people are friendly with, and you kids probably don't have them anymore. But once upon a time, you'd go to like, Burning Man or other things, and people would really not have food, or they sort of would, but no one wants to give up what they have. This is how people work in the real world. Oh, I have got to keep it to myself. I got to keep my stuff to myself. I have more than I need, but I've got to keep it to myself. But I also, if I had other things, I could actually make more food. It's like loaves and fishes. The whole comment, people didn't eat raw fish and like have bread. That's not, this is not what people ate. It's not how it worked. Instead, they sort of made kind of like fish sandwiches or other things, because if you need both, the filling of the bread, but the protein and the fat of the fish, and having both in different qualities along with other ingredients means you can make other dishes, and other dishes means you can actually produce more food that will fill more people's bellies. It's actually huge. It's actually a huge deal, and it's incredibly important to talk about, but it's very frustrating that no one talks about any of this stuff. No one cares.
Poetic work, poetic fairy tale narrative about a prophet who descends back into his community.
June, you don't have to fucking do that, but it is appreciated. Welcome to the collective.
With a revelation at hand, and it's not a good example of the larger corpus of Nietzsche's work, because he's actually a very.
I always thought they were raw fish. I know I've had this conversation with religious people, and no, they were not people. Bone, like people I didn't. That people cut food. But dog shit is lobster saying that. June, there's so much. There's so much. He has not said anything correct so far, and it's great.
Clear writer and thinker, but it is an example of the degree to which his philosophy wasn't dry, rational cognition, but infused with a sense of creative dynamism and poetic inspiration.
Holy shit. That's correct. Oh, God. Oh, that didn't feel good. His voice saying something right is a lot. No, we've been going for an hour and 4 minutes. This started right around midnight for me, so about an hour ago. That's actually pretty close, so I'll give him that. I'll give him that one.
And again, that's partly what alienated him from the academic community of his time, and still in some...
Japanese people eat sushi and raw fish. No, you can eat raw fish, but you don't like... Even Japanese people don't sit on the edge of the water and go, like taking bites out of it like a bear. They cut it, they slice it, and they don't also eat like the head raw and the scales. Like you have to prepare food. Food has to be prepared, and it was back then too. I know they were primitive, but come on.
Some ways, Nietzsche is still a fringe philosopher because he's got this intense romanticism about him. Makes him a dramatic character. He's more like a character in a Dostoevsky novel, which is something that we'll touch on as
I don't actually know. I actually don't. Whoo! Goddamn, Jordie.
As we move through this, then your let's say typical your typical dry as dust philosopher. He very, very dynamic thinker, and so it's a great adventure intellectually and morally to read.
Dostoevsky's good, but I would say there's a lot more loaded into the idea of him being a character in a Dostoevsky novel or anything. Well, that's what I was going to say. Is like, is he implying he's someone? Because that is a problem.
Nietzsche. He's a remarkable person, truly prophetic individual. Jung believed that, Carl Jung believed, that people lived in at different times at the same time. There's some people in the world now who are
that are Dr. Manhattan. Carl Jung believed in comic book people. That Dr. Manhattan could live in multiple times at the same time. He believed in Dr. Manhattan. I'm not joking. Carl Jung believed Dr. Manhattan was everybody.
Really living 100 years in what will be the future, right? They're the people who are establishing what the world's going to be far down the road. And there are people now who live hundreds of years in the past, and maybe the bulk of us are somewhere ensconced in the present, but there are a few people out there who are on the edge of what will be. And Dostoevsky and Nietzsche were certainly on the edge of what would be.
And they both had giant blue dicks, just like Dr. Manhattan.
In the mid-1800s, and they had some sense of what was going to unfold over the next 200 years and could see that with a kind of unerring accuracy. I suppose that's because they could, like Jung, there are people who are capable of seeing the deep undercurrents in society and seeing which way the wind was blowing or which way the zeitgeist was shifting, the spirit of the times. And I think it's often people who are dreamers who are particularly capable of that, because
me and Sunday keep doing each other's things. Did he do Peterson today? Did I miss Sunday doing this today? Damn, I didn't know he was doing this.
The dream tends to inhabit sort of the edge of the knowable, and both all three, Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, and Jung, were intensely poetic.
He did a Jordan a ton. Well, Jordan, we don't talk as much as people may think we do at all. We haven't talked about Jordie. I've been talking about Jordie the last few days. Do you think you're prepared for this talk at all? I am. Yeah, certainly. So here's what you're not seeing. Jordan Peterson right now has behind him, behind the students, okay? So like the backs of the students are there. Go back 10, 15 feet on each side. There are large TVs that have these quotes above them or on them and are basically signposting what he needs to be doing next. This is not off the top of his fucking head. This is edited together. These people are not students. They're plants. Okay? Like, get it. That's that. Is there anything Jung worth reading? No. That's the end of that. I think Jung, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't believe it's useful reading Jung. If you are going into the space of psychoanalytic thought, you have to read Jung. It's not like he didn't do work. It's not like he didn't do studies. I don't believe he contributed a lot to things in a useful way, but it's the same way that I would say if you're really into Deleuze, you need to read Foucault. Not in a way that's going to be useful to Deleuze, but because his arguments and how he's saying things is another way to view things and enable you to be stronger with how you talk about stuff. If that makes sense. It's a good read if you're into Twin Peaks. I don't even agree with that. I don't think he's an interesting read. It's more like the extended universe of like a Superman comic at that point.
and imaginative people, dreamers, and their writing is imbued with the spirit of the dream, the creative spirit of the dream, and that's partly, I suppose, what this.
If you disregard Jung's non-falsifiable theories, there ain't a lot left to chew on. Like I said, there's stuff. That's why I said I shouldn't say nothing, but
distinguishes a prophetic figure from a more programmatic thinker is that they're more involved in the language and the realm of the image and the dream, and that's a richer realm, although it's more difficult to make explicit. You know how hard it is when you remember a dream, even to be able to account for it programmatically and systematically, to transform it into words, how much you lose when you do that.
What the fuck is he talking about?
In
what is he fucking talking about now?
richness, what it loses in precision and explicit content. And there are geniuses who can stand on the border between the dream and the word and translate the image and the dream into the word. And Nietzsche was definitely one of those figures. So let's
all right, look, slide 2.
walk through his. We're gonna walk through his biography a bit, so you have some understanding of the structure of his life, and then we're going to position him in his historical context, so you have some sense of what's going on in Europe and the rest of the world.
That's not even a good image of Nietzsche. Come on, dude, don't fuck up his mustache, bro.
We're going to turn to the exposition of some of his thoughts from Beyond Good and Evil. So he only lived 56 years, from 1844 to 1900, was very ill for much of that time, and so managed to accomplish what he did accomplish, despite the fact that he was working constantly.
Yes, Jordie, he did all of that, and he was younger than you.
Against insuperable odds.
And you are the man who gave everyone 10 rules about standing up straight and cleaning your room.
He was so ill that he could only work, as I said, for short bursts of time. And, you know, one of the things that's remarkable and admirable about Nietzsche, and worth thinking about from a practical and moral perspective, is that despite the fact that he was extraordinarily ill, one of the villages he lived in Switzerland, he was regarded as the saint. That was his nickname, because he was such a pleasant person and was so good to everybody he met.
Full screen, dude.
And was still...
He didn't even, like, the margin on the right, the outline, it's...
struggling to wrestle with these deep questions, despite the fact that he was so ill that he was half blind and could hardly write and was sick to his stomach all the time and was suffering from some sort of...
Yeah. No, Nietzsche was a prodigy. Nietzsche, I mean, he was a master. He was a master and powerful writer. Wonderful.
Of illness that eventually manifested itself as a psychosis and then a series of strokes that killed him at a very early age. And, you know, that's worth thinking about too, because, you know, we have this sense that if terrible things happen to you, you'll turn out to be a terrible person, and that fact is justified by the presence of your unfair suffering.
That's a fucking self-report. That's a fucking self-report. What's up, Passahook? I'm just chewing on my toothpaste. That's a fucking self-report. That's a crazy thing to say. People, we tend to believe people who have had bad things happen to them turn out to be bad people because they deserved it? What in the fuck is going on? I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can. We can.
Struggling to wrestle with these deep questions, despite the fact that he was so ill that he was half blind and could hardly write and was sick to his stomach all the time and was suffering from some sort of illness that eventually manifested itself as a psychosis and then a series of strokes that killed him at a very early age. And, you know, that's worth thinking about too, because, you know, we have this sense that if terrible things happen to you, you'll turn out to be a terrible person, and that fact is justified by the presence of your unfair suffering. And
what an awful person. Why is it 1.5? Because he's at 0.3. It is a little fast.
Well, you can understand that if you meet someone who's been terribly hurt, who is terribly ill, who isn't behaving properly, you can say, well, maybe if I was in that situation, I would behave the same way. But the problem with that is that you do come across people, and you'll come across them in your own life, and maybe even be one of those to whom terrible things have happened and will happen, and that will be the case for all of us, by the way, who are still nonetheless doing everything they can to make the world better rather than worse. And I think that Nietzsche was definitely one of those people. And I say that with all due care, because it's certainly also the case that Nietzsche and his philosophical hammerings did destabilize the entire structure of Western civilization, and you could think of him as someone destructive in that regard. But I've always thought of Nietzsche, especially in regard to Christianity, as the kind of critic you really want to have around, because if you're sure of yourself, but your foundations are unsettled and in need of repair, it might be your best friend who comes along and taps on the weakest spots so that you know where they are. And
that's right. What the fuck, dude? How? That's the right. That's. I don't understand this human being anymore. I don't understand how he works. That is exactly what is fucking meant by philosophizing with a hammer. That's exactly what is meant. He has said the opposite of that the entire time, and he gets it right here. Like he 100% has read Nietzsche. But everyone who's going to watch this now. No, it's not a broken clock is right. No. That's literally an example of how Nietzsche talks about it. So what he does, this is fascinating. This is fucking fascinating. So here's the problem. Everyone who's come by will think this is the side thing. Like, oh, he's making a little joke about the tap, tap, tap. When that's what Nietzsche meant. And the destruction is what Nietzsche wanted to do. So they, again, fundamentally miscommunicating and misteaching. He's a shitty teacher. But it's absolute ghostwriters. I mean, he has ghosts in his head, for sure. They're named Ben and Zoe, and they've been melting his brain for years. But like, that is actually the thing. That's amazing. Oh, I'm actually really interested to see how many more times he does this, because that's actually really informed. That's a really informed, smart way to talk about it. That's I'm really ready for this now. I'm actually excited for this now, because this is.
That might be initially very destructive to you, because it might even speed the process of your crumbling. But if the consequence of that is that you can rebuild something out of the ruins that's even stronger, then that's part of the process.
This is literally how Nietzsche describes it. It's the hammer is not doing the destroying. That's the point.
Process of creative destruction. And I think that Nietzsche was ironically.
Oh, no, I'm not getting my hopes up. No, I'm not thinking he's right. No, Grizzly, you're not following. We watched him for 15 minutes say the wrong thing, and then he said the right thing, which means he clearly did read it, and he understands the right thing. But he is, because he can't help it, because he's an ideologue nightmare of shit, he can't help but take it and make it something he needs it to be for the audience. So I'm going to end up doing this at some point if I end up having a bunch of people. It's difficult with audiences because you need to build something you know they'll like, and you're constantly pushed towards it. It's not a conscious thing. This is not I need to do what my audience wants. It's okay, cool. Here's what I'm doing. So the forces that make up Jordan Peterson, clearly in them is the thing, the good thing coming through, or reading, or whatever it is, with all the others. And so as we go, for me, mapping the indices of desire, you could say, the indices of will that we're seeing, That's fantastic. You know, it's literally about the hammer metaphor. That's the part that's amazing. You missed the beginning. This is magical. This is indices to me. Yeah, he's shaping it in his own wishful thinking, but it's transparently so. You usually don't see people transparently so do this, especially ones who don't, how do I put it? Most of these commentators will quote a thing and they won't go back to it. They won't go deep and they won't be correct, but they don't give a shit. It's not because they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. He does. Like, I actually do believe that he is someone who does care, but he's a warped nightmare inside. And I think it's fascinating to me.
I'm pushing it here possibly, ironically an anti-Christian, that he knew perfectly well that the best defense was a rigorous offense, and that if you had respect for something, you could take all the hammers and tongs you had at your disposal and apply it to that. And it's certainly the case that reading Nietzsche helped
the hammers and tongs, like he knows the language. He's retained it. That's so fucking weird to hear, dude.
Clarify my understanding of the Christian ethos, for example, and if you subject something to a radical criticism and it remains standing, then that's an indication of its integrity and its utility. Now, whether the Judeo-Christian ethos can actually withstand
it's not far off. I can give him that. I can give him that one. Nietzsche, again, he doesn't give a fuck about like destroying Christianity. That's not his thing. He just happened to be able to completely destroy it.
Nietzschean criticism. We combine that with the Freudian criticism and the implicit criticism that emerged out of Darwin and, say, out of the Enlightenment period as well. Then perhaps it's not obvious that anything remains at all, although I think that's a pessimistic overstatement. We're going to find out that there's a lot more there down in the foundations that will withstand any challenge that we ever imagined. And I think if we do discover that, I think we're in the process of that we can thank Nietzsche for laying the groundwork for that, because without the questions that he had generated so trenchantly and so devastatingly, then the quality of the answers would have been much lesser. So, for example, Jung, we'll return to Jung for a moment. Jung was very much influenced by Freud, especially in his formulation of the unconscious, but he really spent his entire career trying to answer a question that Nietzsche posed, which was, well, on what basis should we erect our morality? So when Nietzsche demolished the structure of Western morality by pointing to the death of God, Nietzsche proposed that human beings would henceforth have to create their own values, right? Because Nietzsche also believed, at least as a young man, that God was a human creation rather than the other way around. And he believed once we dispensed with God that we would have to create our own values. And
yep.
You can understand that, at least on the surface, as a...
Are we see a cover it was? I don't know. I have no fucking idea. I haven't gotten pinged yet. Usually if it's something serious, you'll get hit right away. If it's something that's like an ad, they'll take ads or whatever. We'll find out. I might end up privating this afterwards so I can download and turn it into a segment. But we should be fine. I think we're fine. But it's really, this is fascinating. Again, there's something, Philosophy Tube, Michael Burns, all these guys who are jackasses that don't read shit. I don't give a fuck about, like, I stopped caring. Plastic pills, they have no interest in philosophy. They have interest in being an influencer. Their Instagram models for thinking, and they are just as useful with all the filters and everything else. Think of it that way. Jordie actually has done stuff. He actually cares, but he's awful and he's got awful beliefs and he's a huge piece of shit. It's really interesting to watch it come together. You know, I'll be downloading it. Don't worry. We're fine. I'm fine. June, thank you for the 10 memberships. You're very kind. Like erudite and intellectual thirst claps. Yeah, they exist to sort of say things to placate people and to be attractive to them. I think Jordie's in that sort of group, but he's actually read the stuff. He actually cares about the things. He's bending Nietzsche towards how he sees stuff. But yeah, pass a hook. Enjoy the toothpaste. Gumhook, Bubba Grimm, The Problem. I don't read Japanese. Godspeed you, Leon. Punkin Spunk, Christian Hull, and Scott Keel. Welcome to the collective.
A reasonable proposition if the values that once served us have now vanished, what else are we going to do but create our own values? And Jung took that suggestion extraordinarily seriously, asking, well, is it actually possible for an individual to create his or her own values? That's a Nietzschean presupposition.
This is an interesting use of Jung. Jung has some interesting stuff. I shouldn't dismiss him. It's bad. His answers are terrible, but it is an interesting angle that Jung ran with it.
We could do that. Now, Nietzsche believed it would have to be a whole new kind of person. That's the Overman or the Ubermensch, the Superman, who would be capable of doing that. He knew it was an extraordinarily difficult task. The psychoanalysts, starting with Freud, showed, and also taking a page from Nietzsche, that the problem with the idea that you might create your own values is that it's not obvious at all that you're the master of your own house. So for Freud, for example, you were essentially a collection of loose biological inclinations, right? Id-driven impulses that might serve you as lesser gods and pull you in all sorts of directions. For Freud, it was lust, aggression, and the impulse towards death were the...
Yeah, I can give it. Depends on which book I can give you. That's fine.
Were your primordial gods, and they're instantiated within you at a biological level, and you're their plaything, you're their toy. It isn't obvious that you can be the master of your own values in a manner that would allow you to create them. And Jung took that idea much, much further, because the other question that emerges that what would be that even if you did create your own values, let's say, what would stop the person sitting beside you from creating their own values and you creating your own values? And why would you assume that?
Was Jung suffering from schizophrenic inclinations? Probably. Like Jung, again, Jung's writings they're great if you like David Lynch. If you're reading him as fiction and you're like diving in like the Champs de Maldoror kind of mentality, yeah, it's interesting. I wouldn't put it at the top of my list of things, but yeah.
That those would have any union. And if they didn't have any union, then why wouldn't you assume that you just devolve into constant conflict? So part of the problem with the idea of generating your own values is, well, what unifies us? And you might say, well, we don't need to be unified. It's like, well, you do if you don't want the Hobbesian state of brutal nature to reign, because if we're not united in our outlook and our values, then as soon as you want something other than what I want, we are definitely going to be at each other's throats. And so Jung started to delve into that, as did the developmental psychology.
I did get new origami paper. It's pretty cool. They're like stylings. It's like pretty cool. 500 to go.
Psychologist Jean Piaget, trying to understand how it might be that how you might understand the boundaries of value construction. Like, is there a universe within which values have to operate in order for them to unite a given person psychologically, or for them to unite a multitude of people socially across large spans of time? You might think about that as the question of what constitutes a playable versus a non-playable game, right? Can it iterate? Can it sustain itself? Can it fortify itself across time? Maybe that's the kind of game you want to play if you ever get married. You want a game that you can continue to play, but also one that improves across time. And maybe those games have a set.
Yeah. Yes, Wig, actually, there's like, the problem is, again, Jordie has, he just refers to shit he doesn't fully grasp, and it's kind of a lot. And it's actually saying a lot, and the problem is that a lot of the things he's saying have been dealt with. This is one of those really difficult things. Someone should fit a fancy mint alcohol flavored potato salad. Oh, shit. By the way, I just use Arm & Hammer baking soda, fucking regular old toothpaste. I don't know why people think otherwise. I mean, I know I said otherwise, but I don't know why people think otherwise.
Form or pattern of form that they have to occupy in order to have those properties. And of course, Nietzsche speculated about that as well, which is something that...
Is it mortality game theory? No, Jung, do you want... I don't want to. I don't want to go into it. There's stuff there. It's not exactly morality game theory. It's... I don't care.
We'll see very brilliantly. You can see in his own thought the genesis of ideas that might have been the answer to the question that he posed, and certainly were unraveled by other thinkers like Jung, like Freud, like Piaget, to provide an answer to the questions that he offered. So he was born in 1844. At the age of 25, he was offered a full professorship at the University of Basel in classical philology. He was He didn't even have a PhD at that time. He had to get an honorary PhD from another university. He was awarded an honorary PhD from another university, I believe, as a precondition for taking up that professorial position. It was unheard of at the time, and so it was obvious that Nietzsche's brilliance was recognized by the academic community at a very young age, and that's quite remarkable because he was a very romantic spirit, not a well-behaved person. The fact that he was recognized by universities as a consequence of his stellar intellectual achievement is even more striking because he was a controversial person, but so brilliant that despite the controversy, he was a hot intellectual property, and those are relatively rare. So he was a full professor of classical philology at the University of Basel and was devoted himself to the understanding of Latin and Greek texts. That's classical philology. In 1879, he resigned. In 1880, he collapsed with paralysis and this vascular dementia and emergent psychosis. All sorts of people have speculated on what might have been wrong with Nietzsche, and no one really knows. Maybe it was syphilis, maybe it was mercury poisoning from the treatment of syphilis. His father died very young of something that looked akin to a brain illness, I think at the age of 36, and so maybe there was something hereditary going on. Other people have speculated that his own philosophy drove him to the edge of madness and then beyond. I don't believe that. I read Nietzsche's works in sequence, and I don't believe that there's evidence of an emerging pathology that's a consequence of his thought, I might say.
I prefer the apocryphal story of him collapsing as he saw a horse being whipped and realized the true horror of existence in that. I appreciate that story. I don't believe it, but I appreciate it. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like, I don't take it as truth at all. I do not take it as truth, but it's a good story. I like that story. I know it's bullshit. I like it.
Say that speculation about the death of God took his own foundations out from underneath him and he collapsed into, a catastrophic and depressive nihilism and then died. And that does happen to people, but I don't think that fits with the facts. I do think instead that there's a fundamental optimism about Nietzschean thought, which is quite remarkable. That's in keeping with some of his basic propositions, because he believed that we weren't motivated by the will to survive, but by the will to express what he called power. And he had a very particularized definition of that life consisted in the attempt to expend ourselves in life. And he tried to live in a...
That's a really bad way to put it. Life consists in the attempt to expend ourselves in life? No. That is not at all the will to power or anything Nietzsche would say. I don't really like that. Tour and Horse I have on Blu-ray. It's one of my favorite films that I recommend to nobody. I've done that a lot tonight, but if you don't love cinematography, if Bela Tarr is not a name you should. You should. Bela Tarr is an extraordinary filmmaker. The Tour and Horse is the story of the horse in the story I just told about Nietzsche. It is not, but it's not really, I don't know how to put it. It's really good, but it's not good. It's very, very horrifying and sad, but it's so good. It has some of my favorite moments of film. Like, there are moments in it that are just breathtakingly beautiful for a film. It does have a good soundtrack. It does have, it's very good. It's very good. I recommend it.
In accordance with that ethos, and I think very successfully. Let's look at the world in the late 1800s, in the time period that he lived, because it's a good idea.
All right. I am not going to listen to his history lessons. I don't care.
Themselves as the center of the world, and so slavery was right. Meiji restoration, Singer sewing machine was popular.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I really don't. I'm skipping straight through it. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you.
Microstructures that make you up, right? Tiny.
Intro to Nietzsche. He is crackly ass audio.
All right, so a little bit of an overview of Nietzschean thought.
Here we
go. He contrasted truth and perspectivism. There's echoes there of the battle between empiricism and rationalism. So here's Here's 3 problems. The world's very complicated. It's hard to see. Everything you see is way more complicated than you can see. So when I see you, people sitting here, first of all, I only see you in a tiny slice of time, no idea about your past or your future. So you're localized to time. I only see your front, I only see your surface. I don't even see much of your surface because you're hidden by clothes, but even given that, you're very, very complicated biologically. I can't see the familial networks that you're integrated in, or in the social networks that you're a part of, or the biological systems that you're part and parcel of, and I can't.
So do you think these people, like, when they, because most of these people aren't taking notes, they're all writing in the same space, they're all on the left page of their notebooks. Do you think, like, because they don't give them orders, so it's like, he's talking clearly to this blonde girl here who's like transfixed. This other one, oh, I'm going to take notes. Like, how do you decide when to take? I couldn't be an extra in one of these. I'd be terrible.
Can't see any of the microstructures that make you up, right? I mean, on any of the cells that compose you, or the molecular structures that compose those cells, or the atomic structures that can
Not a terrible way, by the way, to start with Nietzsche. Just to be, again, good faith. It's not terrible.
that compose those molecules. All that's opaque to my vision. And so whatever I'm seeing is just a slice of what's there. And so one question emerges, which is, well, what is there? And another question emerges is, what is the slice? And then another question emerges, philosophical questions, is, well, what's the relationship between the slice, that would be what I see, and what's actually there? How do you conceptualize that relationship? The empiricist might say, well, all of our information comes to us from sense data, right? We derive all of our representations from our encounter with the real world. But the rationalist would say, yeah, but we can't see the real world without laying an interpretive structure on the world to screen us from what's there because it's too much, and to allow only a certain amount of the world to make itself manifest to us. And so how do we know that what we see isn't just a projection of our interpretive structure rather than what's there itself, especially given the necessity that an interpretive structure must exist? And so Nietzsche was very interested in the relationship between perspectivism, you have to have a point of view, and the idea of objective or trans.
All right, let's just do the notes. Shades of empiricism and rationalism. Fuck you. Critique of religion, Christian morality, resentment, master-slave morality. Are these notes for him? These aren't slides for presentations. This is his notes for himself. So this is what's on the other two TVs I mentioned. That's amazing.
Transcendent truth, because it's not obvious how to reconcile those things. You have to bring a perspective. You have to have a perspective to live. Life itself requires a perspective, but a perspective means that you're imposing a structure on the truth. So then another question that emerges out of that is, well, and Nietzsche posed this question, as we'll see specifically.
No. Perspectivism versus the truth. That is. August. I can't make sense of this. I mentioned August, if anyone doesn't know, runs with June also. A couple of Nietzsche reading groups in the QC if you want to join. DGQC. Live reading groups all the time. Tons of them. Nietzsche all the time. 24/7. Not really. We have a bunch of readings. Discord.gg/DGQC. August, I don't know what the fuck that means. I can't. Yeah, it's fundamentally missing the point of perspectivism, because you have a perspective on the truth, or it's covering up the truth. The fuck? How? If you're like, hey, no, I'm a perspectivist. I believe we all have different perspectives on the absolute and total truth. I know you're on break for a few weeks, Jude, but still, I'm just mentioning. June runs our alternate time zone Nietzsche reading group, usually. So, and will be again. We can't wait.
How do you know that the perspectives that sustain you as something that's alive are in any sense aligned with the truth?
That is amazing. That is actually that's not how it works. Okay. So Nietzsche, you know what? I'm not even going to say Nietzsche. We all have perspectives. The question is there truth? The question is the difference between perspectivism, which is sort of viewing all the ideas as all the perspectives we're all having. They can all be independently accurate. They can be accurate, but are they true? Accuracy and truth are a big deal, but not that we have different perspectives on the truth. That's not how it works. That's really, it's really just nonsense. All right, so now put a pin in it because we're going to wait for him to say this correctly.
Of the objective world. Is it necessarily the case that truth itself, conceptualized objectively, would be something that would serve life? And if it wasn't true that truth itself served life implicitly, then is there a truth that supersedes objective truth that's devoted to the sustenance of life?
This
and
is
Nietzsche
insane.
was very good at posing questions like that. And
That is
that's
not
a
how he
very
posed them.
thorny question. He undertook a generalized critique of, I would say, morality and of religious thought itself. Morality, so here's a Nietzschean idea. So Nietzsche noted that as Europe expanded around the world, that it contracted a case of indigestion. Perhaps this is what did in Rome. So you can imagine that a culture that's confident and expansive has a united ethos and has faith in that ethos. Here's what we believe without question, and we all believe it, and that enables us all to move forward without doubt. Well, now you
What the fuck, man? I don't think Nietzsche would necessarily talk about Europe as like was fantastic and built perfectly and expanding right. I don't understand the the challenge of indigestion, I don't know how else to talk about it. Jews in Germany were indigestion. Nietzsche talked about that. The inability for the Germans to assimilate the Jewish people and Jewish culture, he referred to as indigestion. It was a problem. It was the crisis of the modern world. I can't. It's wild.
You go into the world and you find all sorts of other people.
It's really wild.
Other cultures who believe other things. Nietzsche said, well, that presents two problems to you. The first problem is, how do you know you're right? These other people have...
This is what he was talking about? Okay. So with Germans and Jews, he was like, you're not integrating them. They're not integrating to you. How does either side know who's right? Why are you not just integrating? Why are you not?
Organize themselves according to principles that aren't identical to the principles that you've organized yourself by. They worship different gods. You might say, we know we're right because we conquered them. It's like, well...
It's a fucking great pattern for origami paper, isn't it? Gives a nice, like, everything. And then it's flip it over and it's colorful. I think it's a solid origami paper.
Well, that means your ethos is that might makes right, and that's actually a relatively weak ethos. But then you also have the problem that when you incorporate those people, it's not like those ideas disappear and they were powerful enough to have overtaken that entire people. What makes you think that when you pull them into your own culture, they won't overtake you? I mean, and that's part of the reason that people who are more conservative are concerned about immigration. It's like, well,
no, Jordie. Okay, digestion was a big deal for Nietzsche. Like, he loved talking about things as like a whole entire system. The human body for him was this. The human body isn't like something. He was, I mean, honestly, he was very much Spinozist in this sense. The somatic way that things operate and work. So let's say we talk about the intestines of culture as a thing. And I'm going to not use Jews in Germany at the time because it's very difficult to do that in the 1890s without sort of knowing what's coming. And well, that's true also, I think, of the way that the Mexicans are being treated in America. And we kind of know what's coming at this point because it's terrifying. We can use it the same way. So let's say that culture is a digestion process. And let's talk about food. Like, it's fine. Let's talk about food. If you have a selective digestive process, or what we would call a weak constitution, you can't really eat lots of different kinds of food. You're going to have chicken nuggies every single day, maybe hot dogs. That's it. You're selective about it. But a good constitution, a strong digestive system, according to Nietzsche, would be fine. The difficulty of other cultures, you can digest, it'll become something, you turn it into, you absorb it. It doesn't matter where the fuck that food came from. The culture of the food, how it was made, that shit you will fucking digest and it will make you stronger. Whatever it is, it'll make you stronger. You have Ethiopian food. You can have fucking Mexican food of a taco truck. Have fun. You can have fucking hot dogs too, by the way, but strong digestion, you can digest all of it and it will work within you to digest. That's what we should be striving towards, is a strong digestion where things get broken down to their components and utilized as strength. Weak pussy losers, according to Nietzsche, weak pussy losers have digestive problems. That's a little spicy. I don't know. It's like Mexican food. That's it. All of it. That's the entire point for Nietzsche. Where you digest, because everything for him was digestion. You digest experience, you digest memories, you digest everything you do. Culture is no different. Food is no different. Everything. So as such, the whole point was to avoid becoming a dyspeptic author who can digest nothing. So, Jordie, he's calling you a pussy. You're a big old fucking white pussy. Because you can't handle other cultures. It's scary for you. Because you know what mom and dad served, and that's all you're ever going to eat. And you just can't do other food, even though it's really good. And other cultures are really good and really interesting, and you can use that stuff and take from it. You can. I'm not one who believes in cultural appropriation to the extreme level of what I would say the reactionary left do. To me, all parts of culture are essentially things to be digested and used. Culture is incredibly powerful. And if you can use it to make the world and yourself a better place, fucking do it. And you should be able to do that. Better people. Get a healthy fucking gut, Jordie. Stop being a big old fucking pussy. Is his daughter still eating only meat? The meat of a guy named Jordan. For those who don't know, Jordan Peterson's daughter married a man named Jordan. Screams Jordan when she's having a great night.
What carrying capacity does a society predicated on a certain ethos have with regards to bringing in people whose fundamental axiomatic perceptual structures are in principle somewhat different? And the answer is we don't know, right? Because it's good to have some novelty, and because that helps you grow and expand and change and adapt. But then do you really want to bite off more than you can chew? And no,
Jordie, that's not what Nietzsche's saying, you fucking weirdo. See, This is, at some point, by the way, he's going to say the right thing, but he can't help it because he's a racist reactionary. So this is how he's describing this part. This is how he's describing this part. And it's amazing to hear. It's amazing. The French, I'm just going through Nietzsche quotes. The French have superior cultural digestion compared to the Germans, the most spiritual and sophisticated culture in Europe and preeminent school of taste, because they take in everything. They don't give a fuck. They will integrate. French cuisine is what it is because this is how the French did it, because they had good digestion. Like it's not even a metaphor. The culture of French cuisine, made most famous by a British woman named Julia Child. Like, fucking, that's the thing. French, they would take everything. They're everything. They don't give a fuck. Oh, hey, there's those Italians making food that way. Oh, that's cool. Let's try that. They fucked with their food. Absolutely, Suresh. Absolutely. Ooh, Brunner from the People's Liberatory Nation, 50. I don't know what that is. Thanks for that last time about cultural appropriation on the reactionary left. Helped my digestion a lot. I hope so. There's a wonderful book by Francois Julien where he talks about the assets of culture and how culture is nothing more than resources to be used. And he's right. Cultures are beautiful. Do not get me wrong, but they're amazing. And to be able to digest many cultures, to be able to take that in, to be able to enjoy so many things, to be willing to, and to not become dyspeptic in any way, that's the thing to do.
The answer is, well, we don't know how to balance those things. And so, so Nietzsche not only said, well, we're going to have the problem that of many moralities, and that's a problem because which one's right, but there's a worse problem that emerges out of that, which is if they're all different, what makes you think that there is such a thing as right? And that's the pathway to nihilism. It's not only do you lose faith in your own system, in contrast to, say, another system, you stop being Christian and you become Buddhist, which so many people in the West have pretensions to that.
Actually, Jordie, just so you know, you've done that. Now, when you're a Platonist representational reactionary piece of shit, like Jordan Peterson, the problem with seeing things is you will see them as their true form. Oh, it's Christian or Buddhism. But let me tell you right now, he is a cultural Christian, which is a Buddhist thing, actually. It's a Buddhism sect, like non-religious Buddhism is really responsible for that, in that wine mom culture of what it means to believe in a God and everything. It was incredibly formative for a lot of people in the West. It took parts, digested parts and resources. So he's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing the thing. It's amazing.
Now,
God, he sucks.
It isn't so. The cataclysm isn't that you shift from Christianity to Buddhism, or to Islam, for that matter, or scientific materialism. The cataclysm is that you search through all of those and you decide that because there's a multiplicity, nothing can stand, and then you're in the pit of.
Just so you know, how you doing? I'm Brooks. I read Anti-Oedipus and I do Deluge shit. Have for 5 years. I will talk about it endlessly. This is not at all what Nietzsche says, and this is not how multiplicities work, but he had to work that in, didn't he? Had to work that in. He had to work that in.
Of nihilistic doom. And one of the consequences of that is the hopelessness and confusion that accompanies that, but also the lurking desire within you, if you're nihilistic, to really yourself with something that's totalitarian so that you have some certainty. And so that's a problem that Nietzsche knew full well was.
That's why Jordie does. I mean, he's doing the thing. He's actively aligning himself with totalitarian interests. That's it.
It's going to make itself manifest. That problem of the comparison of multiple moralities raises the specter that no morality is in and of itself absolute. And then what? Then you have no foundation to stand on. So you need a reason to move forward in certainty, right? Because otherwise you move forward in doubt. And the problem with moving...
I don't think that doesn't follow logically in any sense. That in no capacity does that follow. Moving forward with uncertainty doesn't mean you have doubt. That doesn't follow.
Moving forward in doubt is you don't move forward. Anything can stop you.
Right, but uncertainty is not how, that doesn't mean doubt.
You're
First
of all, you're not
fucking
motivated
stupid,
to go.
dude. Stop that shit.
Because you don't believe in the destination. But second, you're weak, rife with doubt, virtually
It's all self-reports from here out, I think.
anything can stop you. So that's a radical demoralization on the psychological front, but also on the social front. You can't unite yourself in cooperation.
But if you unite yourself with power, you can say the dumbest goddamn things in the world and people will give you a lot of money.
In competition with other people. That makes a whole culture weak. And so Nietzsche also studied this deeply, this idea of ressentiment, resentment, and tied that into...
It's not resentment, eat shit.
Master-slave morality. We'll walk through that in some detail when we get to Beyond Good and Evil.
I can't wait.
He believed in the affirmation of life as an antidote to nihilism. His idea of will to power isn't a will to fascist power. Now, his sister got a hold of his notebooks after he died, and she had married a radical anti-Semite and a man
Nazi.
who was very fascist in his leanings, and tilted Nietzsche's thought towards this fascist expression of a will to domination and power. But Nietzsche didn't mean by will to power the willingness to use compulsion and force, although his thought is somewhat ambiguous on that front because he was also an admirer of the aristocratic tradition. And so, well, the devil's in the details, and Nietzsche is a nuanced thinker.
See, he's right.
It isn't obvious to me that he successfully managed to represent a vision of a united ethos that would replace Christian morality. In fact, I think he failed on that regard. I also think that his idea that we could and would have to invent our own values, I think, is fatally flawed. And I say that with all due respect because Nietzsche is a remarkable thinker, and the mere fact that someone didn't get all the way to the end doesn't mean that the journey they took is worthless or not worth tracking and learning from and repeating. Anyways, there is this affirmation of life in Nietzschean thought that he believed was something necessary morally, as an antithesis to beckoning nihilism. As I said, as a person, he seems to have been...
Not morally. It just... The whole, like, we're doing a review of Beyond Good and Evil, you can stop saying that Nietzsche believed in moral things. Literally, the book you're talking about is about getting beyond morality.
Being admired by the people who knew him for his kindness, for example, even under duress. But Nietzsche also believed and acted out the proposition that a certain...
You got 2 minutes, Jordie. I'm going to be done here.
Life-affirming courage was the right stance to take in relationship to the catastrophe of life. And that's worth thinking about, too. And I think it's... And I'm not attributing this thought to...
Here's the thing. Jung, there's only so far... Again, I keep saying, look at the indices, and it's really interesting. There is no way he could take Nietzsche down the path of being a negative nihilist or doomsayer or totalitarian, because Jung disagreed with that idea entirely. Like, everything that Jordan stands for can't allow that. So he's got this thing in this Jung fuck that he is absolutely fucking invested in, and also fascism. And so he's got to find a way to bring them together. It's really fascinating.
To Nietzsche, but you can think about that as a necessary...
Everyone should read Deleuze's book on Nietzsche and philosophy.
Or as a necessary manifestation of necessary faith. And you might say, well, why is faith necessary? You could just let the facts speak for themselves. It's like, well, the facts don't speak for themselves. And faith is necessary because you have to step forward into the unknown, right? You don't know what's going to happen.
You mean into uncertainty? Fucking goddamn it. Yes, I'm actually going to agree with Jordie here, although he's contradicting himself earlier. Good God.
You have to determine if you're going to be guided by the principles that you uphold. It's the principles that structure your contact with the unknown. If you throw yourself into a marriage, it's not like you know what the outcome's going to be. You don't have the facts at hand.
This is actually good Nietzsche.
And you make a decision that you're going to manifest trust in the person that you love. You're going to link your life up with
not
theirs,
so much that.
and you're going to abide by that principle as something that guides you into the...
I mean, I say that, and literally he turns it into a marriage vows. I don't... See, it's he is a stupid fascist jackass, but also someone who's well-read and used to have a half-functioning brain. It's kind of amazing. It's kind of amazing. I find it fascinating, just to no fucking end. Just to no end. But this is the end of my night right here. Do I have anyone live that I want to raid into right now? Is anyone who's live? Give me some options, people. Give me some options of where I can send you people. Because I don't see some stuff. What the fuck? Why is no one? I don't see anyone. What the fuck? No one's live. Peppa Pig again? You people. You people. Peppa Pig, not again. I could send you to an Indian gaming channel, Hindu fascist news channel, Live Fox Now. What the fuck? Oh, Aiko went to kick. She's not on right now. Well, I think I'm going to kick you guys over to Peppa Pig again. And you get to watch season 2. Season 2's live, full episodes. It has always been fun. It always is fun. As always, please, I'll be doing this. We're going to get through all these fucking videos. I want to do this. This is fascinating to me. And it's absolutely one of the more interesting things I think there is to talk about, because you can see his investments and cross investments and counter investments at play in how he's talking, because he doesn't have enough brain to do. I don't believe he thinks ahead. There are people who do that, who really spend time thinking about how they'll talk about things or whatever. I don't believe Jordan Peterson does that. I believe he is just saying shit. I believe he's just saying shit. And so it comes out and it hits, and I think it hits in really interesting ways. And I think it's really worthwhile. We may skip around. We may not watch all of it because this is rambly goddamn garbage. And I want to get to the other stuff. I want to see how he talks about resentment. I want to see how he talks about good and bad versus good and evil. It's really interesting watching him like having to cross this line that he's not really part of. And it's really wild. So with that, I thank you. If you appreciate what I do, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. We love you. Of course, just join the QC, discord.gg/DGQC. Tuesday, we've got Anti-Oedipus. We're getting close to ending our third reading, so we can start our fourth soon. And then this next Friday, I'm going to be starting Klosowski's Vicious Circle, which I'm very excited about. We have a lot of other readings as well and a lot of videos coming. Thank you so much. I'm also going to be probably missing Monday's video for How to Philosophy because I'm going to be skipping a week. I'm trying to get another essay out. It's a whole thing. See what we can do. But with that, thank all of you very much. And as always, I'll see you.